Okay, get yourself ready. So today, our retreat will focus on 4 foundations of mindfulness, Satipatthāna. Before we understand 4 foundations of mindfulness, let us understand what is mindfulness, sati. So mindfulness got few meanings. The first one is bare awareness. Not only awareness, but bare, plain awareness. What does it mean? It means that you are aware of something and yet your mind does not react to what you are aware of. Give you an example. When you sit for 30 minutes, when there is pain arise in you, then there are 2 conditions. One, with mindfulness, react one way. One, without mindfulness, react another way. So let's say, one with bare awareness, without reacting, so he's aware of the pain. The pain has arisen in him. He know it. He's aware of it without react emotionally, saying that I don't like this pain, go away. So if you react when a severe pain arises in you, and mentally you react, say that I don't like pain, please go away. Pain is killing me. All this are called non-mindfulness. You already react towards the phenomena you are aware of. Okay? So then the one with mindfulness, pain has arisen in me. So he take the pain as object. Pain has arisen in me. He just observe it equanimously, with equanimity, without hating the pain, without want to push away the pain, without disliking the pain. Okay? But for most of us, we will react to the pain if we are not mindful. So the moment that when the pain arises, if you are not aware or not fully mindful and you react to the pain, I don't like the pain. So first reaction, I don't like the pain. What is this? Emotional aversion, right? So your mind you are getting angry with the pain, and yet you are not aware this aversion state of the mind. So for the second time, you lose mindfulness again, right? First, you are not mindful of the pain and you react saying that I don't like. Secondly, you are not aware of your mental state. You are already agitated and you are not aware. So you don't like it, then you hate it, then mentally a lot of chattering in the mind. I don't like, I want to shift posture. How can she sit so still? How can I cannot? So all the chattering in the mind, and you are also not aware the mind is restless now. So you lose how many mindfulness already? First, you are not aware of the pain. Secondly, you are not aware of the aversion that has arisen in your mind. And because of that aversion, you are not aware of that aversion, your mind creating a lot of story out of that aversion, and that aversion is out of the pain. And you're sitting there, but your mind is restless, fighting with yourself, and you are not meditating with mindfulness. Okay? So, a person who is mindful, when the pain arises in him, he has bare awareness without reacting. Without reacting is the key word. Huh? So pain has arisen in him. He know, oh, pain has arisen in me. No. But somehow, even you know, the pain also will agitate your mind, right? So as a skillful meditator, you change to observe your mind. Take that aversion as mental object. Pain is physical object, but aversion is mental object. So take that aversion as mental object, aware of it. Mind is affected by pain. Mind is affected by aversion as mind as affected by aversion. So if you can contemplate in this way, then you are mindful of your mind. First, you're mindful of your physical body. Second, you move to mindfulness of your mind. Then keep on observe it, and see what it happen. See what the aversion happen. So in this sense, bare awareness itself is never enough. Because bare awareness may be very short, then your mind become restless, right? So the actual meaning is bare awareness plus sustained attention. So they say the mind is in aversion state. You aware of it, and your awareness, your attention to that aversion must be sustained long enough. When the attention sustained long enough at the aversion state, mental state, what will happen? What will happen? What will happen? You may even see the pain increase, the aversion increase. If the aversion increase, then you see the change of the aversion. It changed to a greater form of aversion. But for somebody, when the attention is sustained on that aversion, he will see the dissolution, disappearing, passing away of that aversion, right? So if you, with sustained attention, you see the passing away that aversion, you already see anicca. You already see impermanence of mental state. When you see the impermanence of the mental state, there's also one good effect, a powerful effect, that whenever you see impermanent, you see what? Non-self. Whenever you see impermanent, you see non-self. Let me explain to you further. First, you identify, without mindfulness, you identify aversion is me. I am angry, my mind is affected by pain, therefore I am very agitated. So I am very agitated. I am angry. At that moment, without mindfulness and wisdom, you already identify that anger as myself already, right? But with sustained is important. Mindfulness is not only one top moment, sustained continuously. So with sustained mindfulness, gradually you see the aversion passing away, become less, and passing away, completely disappeared in your mind without leaving any trace. So from this experience, and you can easily experience this experience, I guarantee you. Okay? So from this experience, and you understand, oh, aversion is not myself. Agitation is not myself. If agitation were the self, I should die together with aversion. But now aversion has passed away. I'm still sitting there meditating. So from this wise attention, you should understand aversion is not yourself. Right? So by seeing passing away, by seeing disappearing of one of the mental state, you also achieve another insight, the insight of non-self. Okay? Hope it's clear to you. Okay. Therefore, when we talk about bare mindfulness, without reacting, once you don't react, you apply sustained attention. Keep on looking at it. Then after that, the phenomena you are observing will unfold its nature. That's what we want to achieve. Okay? Okay. The second meaning of so let me emphasize a bit. So if you lose awareness of contemplating the pain and the aversion arise in you, shift your mind to look at the mental state. This is also one foundation of mindfulness. We call Citta Nupassana Satipatthāna. Okay. And when you sustain your attention on the aversion or craving when eating time, a lot of craving. When you sustain your attention on craving time, you see what happened to the object. There are two things you can observe. What happened to the object and what happened to your reaction of the mind. The mind is keep on reacting to the object constantly. But our mindfulness is so slow, so we cannot catch up every minute detail. So long you can see passing away, great enough. Feel satisfaction. Okay? So, this sati, mindfulness means that bare awareness plus sustained attention and to what actually happens to you and in you. Let's say you are listening to Dhamma talk. This is what is happening to you now. Then what happening in you now? Whether your mind is listening attentively or your mind is restless. That's happening in you. So you must have that mindfulness to know what is happen to you and what is happen in you, both. To you including the external environment, right? In you is your own personal insight. What is your reaction towards environment? What is happening to you? Is it clear or not? Okay. Then there's another meaning of mindfulness is present of the mind. Present of the mind. For example, now listening to talk. There are two conditions. There are two things will happen. One, you listen with mindfulness. This is called present of the mind. Another person may listen with sleepiness, absent of the mind. Or another person will listen with restlessness, thinking about her family, his family. So absent of the mind. So when doing something, the mind is not present, then you will never remember what is happening to you. Right? You will never remember what's happening to you because your mind is not present. Therefore, through my many years dealing with layperson, one symptom is very clear to me. Most layperson are very absent-minded. Even I talk to her, I talk to him, his mind is not present. Therefore, she cannot understand what I'm talking about. In this sense, present of the mind, present of the mind also make the memory strong. You can remember very, very well if the presence of the mind is there. But whatever you do, you are absent-minded, then your memory becomes very weak. In this sense that sati, mindfulness, also implies memory effect. As an effect of mindfulness, you have very good memory. Whatever you read, let's say I read one sutta with present mind, I can remember very well. So with mindfulness, you strengthen your faculty of memory. Similarly, when you pay attention to your aversion state of the mind, the presence of the mind with the anger, then you see the disappearing dissolution of the anger mind. Then next time you can remember already. Anger is impermanent. Anger is impermanent. The moment you remember anger is impermanent, then you will not cling, you will not attach to the anger state of the mind, because you already remember anger is impermanent through your own mindfulness practice. Okay, so when you talk about sustained attention, it also implies pausing. You sustain your attention on the object, your mind pause, don't move the mind. Then it also implies stopping the mind. Keep your mind still on one object. Only then you will see the change. The object will start changing, and you will see how the object change, and finally the object disappear from your mindfulness. Disappear, finished, passing away. Then you mark impermanent. Okay? But when you, let's say, when you pay attention on your aversion, you keep your mind, first you keep your attention on the aversion without sustaining your attention on it. Then your mind go to another object. Before you can see the passing away of the aversion, the mind go to another object already. Because the mind is very, very restless. This is the nature of the mind. So without that sustained attention, you cannot see the dissolution of the aversion. Then the mind will think aversion is permanent, aversion is permanent, aversion is permanent, because your experience, you do not experience it directly, the dissolution, passing away of that aversion. So in order to see the dissolution and passing away of that aversion, sustained attention is very important. Keeping the mind still, pausing the mind, stopping the mind for a moment and see what happened to the object. This is called applying mindfulness. Okay, now we go to the second stage. When we talk about mindful, you must be mindful. Mindful of what? Our title of the retreat already tells us, mindful of 4 things, 4 foundations of mindfulness, right? So there are 4 things in this retreat you should mindful of. First one is what? Body, kaya nupassana satipatthāna. Mindful of your body. So in this retreat, there are 2 ways you can mindful. First, mindful of your breath. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. You are mindful of your breath constantly. This is called sustained attention on the breath. But sometimes after half an hour, after 45 minutes, there's so much sensation arise in the body. You cannot have that sensation, especially stronger one, already disturb your concentration on the breath. At this time, I would like to suggest you put aside anapanasati, go to the sensation that arise in the body, hold your mindfulness there, sustain your mindfulness. You pick one strongest sensation, right? You pick one, then hold your mindfulness there, keep on pausing your mind there and see what happened to the object. And when the object change, and see what is the reaction of the mind. Okay? So first, mindful of what? Mindful of your bodily action, including anapanasati, in breath and out breath, and including the sensation, any sensation that arises in your body. Hold your attention there, mindful of it. So this is called mindful. Mindful of bodily, anything connected with the body. Second, feeling. Mindful of what? Feeling. Feeling, there are 5 types of feeling. One is physical, painful feeling. When you sit 45 minutes, I trust for the first day, there's a lot of pain. This is called physical, painful feeling. Second is physical, pleasant feeling. When you have some concentration, you can still sit very still. In the body, there's a bliss. You feel the bliss in the body, no pain, no pain at all. This is called pleasant physical body. Physical pleasant, physical pleasant feeling. Or when you eat something during lunchtime, that when the food touch the tongue, you feel pleasant. This is called pleasant physical, called bodily pleasant feeling. So 2. Then there's one mental pleasant feeling. When you have good concentration, mentally you feel bliss. This is called mental pleasant feeling. Or when you listen to Dhamma talk, you feel a lot of happiness, bliss, pleasant feeling. This is called mental pleasant feeling. There's also one mentally unpleasant feeling. So when you come to meditation, sometimes, you have, let's say you have pain during your childhood, right? And when your mind comes down, all your unpleasant feeling in the childhood, that will come up into the surface. So you feel very unpleasant mentally because of the memory in the past. So at that time, mentally unpleasant feeling arise in your mind. What should you do? First, mindful of it. If you do not mindful of it and yet you keep on thinking of it, then come up with crying, then you are a poor yogi, a very poor yogi. Do know how to apply mindfulness to help yourself. So the moment you know, this is unpleasant mental feeling, what should I do as a yogi? Mindful of it, observe it, take it as an object. We are 4 objects, but 1 body, 1 feeling. Now we change to feeling. So take it as an object, observe it, sustain your attention and see what happened to that mentally unpleasant feeling. Important is see what happened. Under the microscope of mindfulness, and you see what happened to it. This is what we want to achieve. What happened, I'm not going to tell you because everybody experiences differently. Okay? Then this one is called neutral feeling, mentally neutral. You don't know pleasant or neither pleasant nor unpleasant. This is called neutral, mentally neutral feeling. You can put aside this one. This one is a bit difficult to observe because most of the time our mentally is neutral. You thought no object, then it's neutral feeling. The moment you think that I have no feeling, there's neutral feeling already. Remember that. Only banana stem has no feeling. Okay? Only plant has no feeling. You are human being, but you say today I have no feeling. Then remember, it's neutral feeling. Because neutral feeling itself is not obvious. Okay, so this is the second object. The 4th foundation of mindfulness. Second foundation. Feelings. Both physically and mentally. Okay, the third one. What? Mental object. All the mental object. And this is the difficult one. I have seen so many yogis who is very good with anapanasati, even go to jhana, but they don't know how to observe the mind. So this is a difficult one. So mental object, what are the mental objects you experience in your life? Give me few. Please. Okay lah, first day embarrassed. Second day you become more active. Okay? First, aversion. So happen in this retreat one. Maybe you can experience 100 times of aversion. So get ready for it. to observe it, sustain your attention there and see what happened to your aversion. Okay. Second, what other mental object will arise during the retreat? Desire. Yes. For example, very hot desire for acorn. This also, you must be mindful of it. And when lying up, impatient, also be aware of it. Impatient. Annoyance. When you sit very well, people come in, go in and out, you feel the mind is very annoyed. Aware of it. What else? Sometimes jealousy. This person can sit so well. How come I cannot? Jealousy also can happen. What else? Metta. Yes, loving kindness. Don't look at the negative thought only. There are so many positive thoughts. Loving kindness. Metta. Okay. Joy. Happiness. All these are mental objects, not a negative thought only. Happiness, joy, equanimous, all these are mental objects you should aware of. So this is the third foundation of sati mindfulness. The last one is Dhamma. Dhamma nupassana satipatthāna. Dhamma objects are very, very wide, including 5 aggregates, including 6 senses. Your eyes, nose, come to a contact with external object. You must know, oh, there's a contact. Because of contact, anger arises. Because the noise impinge the ear, so the factor of anger arises. This is called Dhamma nupassana satipatthāna. If you are simply aware of the anger, it's pure citta nupassana satipatthāna, pure mindfulness of the mind. But you also aware, because there's the ear, because there's a sound, because of the contact of the sound with the ear, then the anger arises. You go into wider range. This is called Dhamma nupassana satipatthāna, contemplation on Dhamma. And also all the 5 hindrances. When you sit, you feel very sleepy. This is called, you contemplate that sleepiness. It's called Dhamma nupassana satipatthāna. 5 hindrances, sleepiness, doubt arise in you, then you know. This is also called Dhamma nupassana satipatthāna. Restless, and what else? Desire, right? And anger, 5. Okay. So, first we talk about mindfulness. Secondly, we talk about what things you should mindful of. There are 4, right? Body, feeling, mental object, and a Dhamma object. So these 4 are the object of your observation. Don't pay attention to the physical only. Try to widen your scope of mindfulness. The object, where your mindfulness can spread wide. Okay. Next, for today, under the Kaya Nupassana Satipatthāna, bodily contemplation, I want to focus only one. Under bodily contemplation, there are many objects. Anapanna is one. I assume all of you know how to practice Anapanna Sati already. If you still not clear, during personal time today, we have 2 options. One, you stay in the hall, listen to how to practice Anapanna Sati. Another option, you go outside the hall, there is exercise. I will teach you exercise. Okay? So, under the bodily contemplation of body, I want to choose one, the 4 postures. We call Iriyapaṭha. How Buddha teach this 4 postures? Buddha said, when walking. So let's explain what are the 4 postures first. First is walking. Second, sitting. Third, standing. Fourth, lying down. So this 4 postures, you practice with this 4 postures not only sitting only. I also know many yogis after get up from cushion don't know how to practice. And you are lay person. You have very limited time to sit on a cushion. Therefore, you must know after get up from cushion how to practice. Otherwise, you find no time to practice. Okay? So, Buddha teach first. When walking, Buddha say, when walking, a bhikkhu know, I am walking. So, when Buddha preached this statement to you, when walking, a bhikkhu know, I am walking. I don't think people understand. What does Buddha mean? When walking, a bhikkhu know, I am walking. When walking, do you know you are walking? Yes or no? Yes or no? You dare to say yes. But I guarantee you, when walking, your mind is also restless. When you are restless, you don't know you are walking, I tell you. Why? Because mind only can focus on one object. So when you are restless, you are not focused on your walking. So at that moment, you do not know you are walking. So that's why I say you dare to say you know you are walking. When mind is restless, no, you don't know you are walking. That's why sometimes you fall down. Because absent of the mindfulness, absent of the mind. Right? If you are mindful at what you are doing, no accident will happen to you. But if accident happen to you, is somebody not mindful, that knock you, then this is not your fault. Although it's not your fault, but it's your karma. It's your karma because previously you knocked down somebody. Now somebody knocked you down, even you are mindful. Okay? So, when what Buddha trying to say, this Satipatthāna Sutta is meant for very intelligent practitioner. Buddha preached this to highly intelligent audience. Therefore, Buddha no need to say very long. They understand well. But we are far away from Buddha's time, 2,600 years ago. So we cannot understand what Buddha trying to say. When walking, a bhikkhu, no, I'm walking. Sure, I know I'm walking one. Why should Buddha mention this one? We will think in that way, right? Okay. First, you should understand the Dhamma. There are two truths. One is called conceptual truth. One is called ultimate truth. So when Buddha say, when walking, a bhikkhu know I'm walking. Buddha is using conventional language to convey his hidden message. Hidden message cannot tell very clearly in such a short verses. But the audience understand, then no need to explain further. Okay. So conventionally we say, a bhikkhu know I am walking. You also know I am walking. This is called conventional saying. I am walking. The I is still there. Any practices that can strengthen the identity view of I, that is never inside practice. Okay? So if Buddha say a bhikkhu, no, I'm walking, so when walking, a bhikkhu, no, I'm walking. So Buddha still use I am walking. And the aim of the insight knowledge is to dispel the delusion of I. So, how to solve this dilemma? The only explanation is that Buddha is using the conventional truth to convey his message only. But as a listener, we should understand there's a hidden meaning in this sentence. Okay, first, you must understand I am walking. Whenever there's I am, this conventional truth. Remember this point. Whenever there's I am, this conventional truth. For you to understand, Buddha is trying to tell you, give you instruction using I am only. So you should go further. From the conventional truth, go deep to the ultimate truth. So you must go beyond the concept. How? How to go beyond the concept? First, when you walk the time, first you just mindful of walking. Don't say that I am walking. get rid of the word I am. You just know walking of movement. Any movement, you're just aware of the movement, aware of the movement. Then later on, second stage. First stage, because we have walking section, right? So you walk mindful of your movement only. That's all, one thing. Mindful of your movement. After maybe 20 minutes, then ask yourself one question. Who is walking? Ask yourself one question. Who is walking? What's your answer? What's your answer? Don't tell me I am walking, okay? I'm trying to dispel this I, so don't tell me I am walking. So ask yourself, who is walking? Tell me, please. Five aggregate. Five aggregate is very complicated for beginners. We make it short. Who is walking? Mind and body. Okay? Well, from easy we go to deep one. Five aggregate too deep for other people to follow. So you answer. Okay, ask yourself. Who is walking? Then the answer comes. Mind and body. Or you can say body is walking. Also not wrong. Body is walking. Okay? Or mind and body. Because without mind, body cannot walk. Only mind say, I want to walk, body follow. You see, banana stem cannot walk. Why? Banana stem has no mind. So if you say mind on body only, also not correct. The correct answer is mind and body. I say mind and body is walking. Then you further ask yourself, what is body? What is body? Yeah, 4 elements. You keep on inquiring. Therefore, inside meditation is not only like what? Like 白痴, 白痴 how to call? Like no mind person sitting still, don't know anything, don't think anything. No. Inside meditation, you need some investigation. We call Dhamma Vichaya Sambojjhanga. 7 factors of enlightenment. The second factor is called investigation of the Dhamma. So for inside knowledge, for Anapana, no need to think anything. Okay? Just keep your mind empty. Don't think of anything. But when you come to inside knowledge, you need investigation. Without investigation, your knowledge, your wisdom cannot unfold. Okay? So you tell, who is walking? Then you find that mind and body is walking. Then you analyze, what is this body? If you cannot come out the answer, at least one answer can come. There's wind element. Because the body moves. Only wind element can make the body move. So one answer, wind element. And if you want to know, another 3 answer is earth element, fire element, and water element. But today I'm not going to tell you how these 4 work together. You just know, there's wind element. Therefore, so when walking, then you know, pay attention to the wind element enough. So to close or analytical, close attention or examination to walking process, you understand only mind and body. And further investigate what makes up the body. It is 4, but you focus on wind element. Then you keep on walking, wind element, see the movement. Mind only keep 1 element, movement only. I would like you to slow down a little bit, because now it's a retreat. Slow down so that your mindfulness can catch up what is happening at this moment. If your action is too fast, no, your mindfulness cannot catch up with the fast action. So slow down during the retreat is very helpful. Okay? Then secondly, you can ask you another question. Why move? Why move? Why the wind can move? Or why move? Why the body move? Simply because the mind wants to move. There's an intention in the mind. There's an intention in the mind want to move that intention produce 4 elements in the body. Then among these 4 elements, wind element will start to move. So you must understand all this process. The purpose to help you to dispel the illusion of I or self. Then you will see, because there's intention, the body moves. So intention is the cause. Bodily movement is the effect. Right? So you discern, oh, this is the cause, this is the effect. So when you see when you can see in this way, oh, my intention is the cause, bodily movement is the effect, and you see these two, you see their separation, and mind and body is not seen as single entity. Mind and body is seen separate things, separate entity. Body is one, mind is one. And mind, because with the intention to move, the intention produce 4 elements and make the wind element moving. So you see the intention of the mind and followed by movement of the body. So these are 2 separate entities. If you can see this, then you are achieving the first insight knowledge. Discerning mind and body separately. This is the first insight knowledge you should achieve. And if you are a skillful meditator, you have matured wisdom, then you add one more. Intention is cause, bodily movement is the effect. So this cause, there's an effect. This is the cause, there's an effect. When you see cause and effect, you see no one, no self. If you cannot catch up all, take only one, mind and body, 2, to practice for a few days enough. Okay, so this is the first lesson, first talk I want to share with you. For sitting, you can practice Anapana, or any phenomena, strong phenomena arise, then you shift your mindfulness, shift your attention to that strong phenomena. Hold your mindfulness there, sustain your attention there, and see what happened. And when something changes, and also check your mind. What is the reaction of the mind? Go back to the mind and do some contemplation of the mind. Okay? Then after that, when walking, do what I shared with you just now. Okay? So, enough for today. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. There's one translation. So those who cannot understand Chinese, don't be discouraged. Okay, there's translation in Chinese. And those who cannot catch all my talk, you have second time to hear again. Today, I will speak something very different. Okay. That's the qualities. The qualities one should cultivate prior to meditation practice. In the teaching of the Buddha, we have 2 types of meditation practices. One is called Samatha, with single-minded mind, focus on one object for a duration of time, to make the mind calm, soft, malleable, and workable. And the second one is Vipassana, we call insight meditation. Insight meditation takes 5 aggregates or 4 foundations of mindfulness. With mindfulness and wisdom, insight meditation see things as they really are, as impermanent, suffering, and non-self. And these two meditation practices are not easy. It's a difficult path. It's not an easy path. It's something go against our desire. human desire is to chase after sensual pleasures, right? But the meditation is to restrain the mind, not to let the mind go loose, to control your mind, restrain your mind on a single object. It goes against our natural tendency to chase after sensual pleasures. Therefore, meditation practice is not an easy path. Simply, it's not the way we live in our daily life. Therefore, it's difficult. And this path takes very, very long time to achieve your goal, unless you have very strong parami, perfections in the past. Or, another word, you have practiced a lot in your past life. Then this life becomes very easy. But if in your past life, other people are trying very hard and you are praying around, then this life, it takes very long time for you to achieve your goal. And through my many years practice, many years experiences and dealing with so many people, including my understanding of the Dhamma, there's one special reason that this path is difficult. There's one distinguished reason, factors, that makes this path very difficult. So now I want you to check yourself. During meditation practice, what hinders you? You check yourself. And also check your daily life. What is your main hindrances in your life? So why? What are the factors that make this path difficult? Is our own mental defilements. Because within us, we have lots of mental defilements that when they pop up, then we cannot concentrate well, we want to give up, we are not determined, or we have to go astray to other things instead of focus on our meditation subjects. So what are the mental defilements that hinder our path? Let's say, first, conceit, pride. Some more, the rigidity of your mind. Some people's mind are very rigid. No matter as the teacher tell her to do this, to do that, they cannot change themselves. So this rigidity of the mind also become a hindrance of his or her. Some more, anger, finding fault in others. Easy to find fault in others. Just like when I was in Pahang Meditation Centre, I easily find fault in others. So I cannot make progress. So this is the defilement that I have carried off. Some more. So tell yourself your own defilements. Impatient. When pain arises, I don't like pain. When weather is so hot, I don't like hot weather. When weather is so cold, complain, too cold. Now aircon, very hot. With aircon, too cold. And this monastery is so many steps, make me so suffer like anything. My knee is painful. So impatient. Cannot deal with adverse condition like heat, cold, mosquitoes. The food is not good. Luckily, AVMC food is very good. Otherwise, one more complaint. Then, impatient. Somebody is snoring. I cannot sleep. Another complaint. All these are called impatient character. You don't have the endurance. If you don't like people snoring, then you need a single room. That's called 5-star. 5-star meditation center. We can't afford. Okay? So impatience also one of the hindrance. Okay, so to make the path easy, one, according to my experiences in this long practice, one need to cultivate few qualities mentioned in Karyana Metta Sutta as well as in Mangala Sutta. I don't say something without quotation from Sutta, right? My discovery must come with agreement with the Sutta. Only then I will speak. Otherwise, it's my own creation. Okay, so let's see what Karyanina Mitta Sutta say. Okay, this morning we read in the Metta Sutta. If you want to see, you can see page 12. This should be done by one skillful in beneficial practices, who wishes to break through to the state of peace. In fact, state of peace is nibbana. So if you want to achieve nibbana, this should be done by one skillful in beneficial practices, who wishes to break through to the state of peace. One should be able, upright, truly straight or very upright, easy to instruct, gentle, and not conceited, contented, easy to support. Easy to support means that whatever food people offer you, you no complain, whether it's good or bad. Few duties, this is for monks only. And simple in living, having calm faculties, not restless, and matured wisdom, polite and not greedily attached to families. If you have strong attachment to family, is also one of your major hindrance. Okay, so I'm not going to go through. I will pick up few quality which I feel that strongly lacking in layperson. Okay, number first is upright. You see here, Buddha say, Sakko uju ja, suhu ju ja, uju upright. Suhujuja, very upright. With one word upright, not enough. Buddha said, you must be very upright. Buddha emphasized twice. Since Buddha emphasized twice, it means that this is very important quality one should cultivate. Upright, honest to yourself, honest to others. Let's say you make some mistakes, but you try to cover your mistake. This is not upright. Right? When you make some mistake, you must confess. Confess your mistake to your spiritual friend or to your teacher. Even I am a teacher. When I make mistake, I also ask forgiveness from my student. This is called upright character. And must be very upright also in your own practice. Some people, some people when their practice is not so good, but come to report, then they say their practice is so good. This is also not honest to one's own practices. So please try to check your own character, whether you are strict and very strict or not, and must have the courage to admit your own mistake or your own imperfection. Tell it out. Don't hide to yourself. Okay. Another quality that I feel that is also lacking in layperson is not easy to admonish. another word, conceited. And Buddha say in the Karanamitta as well as Mangala Sutta, you must be easy to admonish. This is called suvacho cha, easy to admonish. A person who is not easy to admonish, not easy to talk to, is like a crack pot. Imagine a pot is cracking, crack pot, and you pour water inside the crack pot. The water all leaking out. The pot cannot keep the water. Simply there's crack there. So I hope you all don't behave like a crack pot. Especially when teacher admonish you, then you think, am I do something wrong? Or it's because the teacher misunderstand me, or what? You think first. Even the teacher misunderstand you. If I were you, I also will say sorry. I'm not going to defend myself. So if a teacher try to admonish you, you must take that admonishment, Buddha say, take that admonishment like what? Precious jewel. Because in this world, no one want to make enemy with somebody. Everyone try to please somebody without sincerity. So if you come across a friend or a teacher who directly point out your mistake, you must be very grateful. Buddha say, treasure this admonishment like precious jewel. Right? Because she's not afraid of offend you. Because she regard you as true friend. Therefore, if you are not easy to admonish, your friend once admonished, then you try to defend yourself, then no more further admonishment from your friend as well as from your teacher. Because when you defend yourself, I don't think the teacher will say for second time. The teacher will just let go. She's not ready yet for any admonishment. Okay, therefore, don't behave like a crack pot. Try to behave a pot without crack, so that when the teacher pour water inside, the water will not leak out. I'd like to relate one story of Rahula. I think everybody know Rahula. Rahula is the only son of the Buddha. So you can see his status. And if he did not become Samanera, he will be the king. Take over the kingdom of Kapilavatthu. And he renounced the world as a prince. If he did not announce the world, he is the king. And he's the only son of Buddha. So he had all this privilege. And yet, he is very, very humble. Very easy to admonish. He didn't behave like, I'm the son of Buddha, I am the prince, I'm going to become king. No, he never behaved like that. One day, every day, Rahula will take some sense and throw into the sky and make aspiration. May the admonishments come to me as many as this sense. This sense like, thousands sense. So he wished he can receive thousands admonishment every day. But for us, if somebody admonish you, try. I see so many layperson, almost a quality of layperson. If a teacher trying to admonish him or her, his or her first reaction is what? You are a layperson. What's your first reaction? Be honest. I think it's self-defense. Self-defense. This is the almost first reaction. So if you self-defend already, no more second admonishment from the teacher. Okay? So Venerable Rahula is so well known for his humility, for his easy to admonish, and he becomes so popular among all the monastics. And one day, some monks want to test him, so they sweep a heap of rubbish in front of one kuti, one room outside the room, and they told Rahula off. Rahula, why you keep all the rubbish in front of that monk's, outside of that monk's kuti? If you were Rahula, what will you say? I said, so sorry, I never do like that. Don't find fault in me, or you will try to defend, right? But Venerable Rahula, the only son of the Buddha, never do like that one. Then he quickly said, oh, Monday, sorry, I will sweep that rubbish away. He never said, no, I never do that. Why you find fault in me? No. He has no this type of mentality. Therefore, he's very, popular among the monastics because of his humility, easy to admonish, no anger. Okay, so this is a quality. If you want to break through your meditation, this is the quality you should cultivate. Treasure all admonishment like precious jewel. Don't try to defend. If you try to defend, it also shows the ego. Your ego is there. And as a practitioner, ego is the main hindrance for your practice. Just like what Channa encountered. Channa is the playmate of the Buddha. When Buddha was born, Channa is also born. Then he is the playmate of the Prince Siddhartha. When Prince Siddhartha renounced the word, Channa is the only one accompanied him. He is a charioteer, a driver, who sent Prince Siddhartha out of the palace, and in front of the Channa, Prince Siddhartha take off the prince's clothing and wear the robes, and ask Channa to bring back all these things to the palace and tell the king he renounced the word. So Channa is the only one who accompanied him when Prince Siddhartha renounced the word. And when Prince Siddhartha become enlightened and become the Buddha, then many of the Sakyan princes also renounced the word, including Channa. And many Sakyan princes become Arahant. But Channa Channa had no any achievement. Why? Because of conceit. He always said that when Prince Siddhartha renounced the word, I am the only one, accompanied him. So he was very conceited and never respect the elders, never respect the spiritual, the practitioner, the fellow practitioner, monks, all the monks. And because of his conceit, even he stand in the stand in the community for 45 years, still no achievement. And before Buddha passed away, Buddha gave him a punishment. Buddha tell the monastic or the community of the Sangha, when I pass away to Parinibbana, please impose one punishment to him, to Channa. What punishment? No one should talk to Channa. Don't talk to him as though he is dead. So when Buddha passed away into Parinibbana, then the Sangha, the community of Sangha started to impose this punishment. No one talked to him. So at this time he has this strong spiritual urgency arose in him. Because in this Sangha, no one talked to him, no one associated with him as though he was dead. Then he has a lot of regret. Why Buddha imposed such strong punishment to me? Then gradually he realized because of his conceit, pride, ego. Once he realized the major hindrance that hinder his path, conceit, ego, and pride, then he tried to humble himself. So one day when meditate, there's a doubt arise in him. Then he approached Venerable Ananda. And Venerable Ananda was very happy seeing him come to him, seeing Channa come to him. It shows that Channa has lowered down his pride already. And Channa asked him question, and Venerable Ananda answered him, and he became Arahant. Before that, Channa never asked anyone question. He thought he know everything. But now, he put down his pride and approached Venerable Ananda for any doubt he has. And finally, Ananda cleared his doubt and he became Arahant. So being humble is also a good quality that leads you to the attainment of Nibbana. Okay. When I was in America, one day, I went to Massachusetts to visit Sayadaw with my student. However, at the time, Sayadaw just went out, so I could not meet him. But there are so many monks there. So whoever monk I met, I just bow 3 times. Let's say, Bhikkhu A. When I meet with Bhikkhu A, I bow 3 times. When I meet with Bhikkhu B, I bow 3 times. Then Bhikkhu C, I bow 3 times. And my disciple was very shocked. Because to him, I was teacher. Why my teacher keep on bowing to others? He was very shocked. Then I told him, being humble, you have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. Right? All monastics like humble disciples. So being humble, you have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. And from that onward, this particular student started know how to bow to me. I don't have to teach him verbally, using my physical action, then he know how to deal with me already. Okay, so being humble is also another good quality. No teacher want to share Dhamma to conceited person. If you think you know so much, then I keep quiet. Right? So please bear in mind, being humble, you have everything to gain, nothing to lose. Okay, so these are a few qualities one should cultivate. Then according to Metta Sutta. So even before you practice Metta Sutta, you have to cultivate all this quality first. Only then you start radiate metta to other people. This according to Kalyana Metta Sutta. But nowadays, we go directly to sending metta to others before we cultivate these qualities. Because nowadays, everybody wants shortcut. To become humble, easy to admonish, no pride, it takes long time. right? But this is not what Buddha teach. We will read the Metta Sutta every day. Then you will realize we must have this type of quality first before we practice meditation. Otherwise, when you come to meditation practice, because of the rigidity of the mind, because of the conceit, because of the ego, because of not easy to admonish, all this become the hindrances for your progress. And another one good quality mentioned in Metta Sutta is gentleness, soft, mudu. Mudu, Bahasa Malaysia is like honey. So soft, gentle character. Also important to cultivate metta. Okay, now let's go to the Mangala Sutta. Mangala Sutta also say the same thing. In the Mangala Sutta, the first is said not associate with the fool, but associate with the wise. Then later on, Mangala Sutta say one should cultivate generosity, one should cultivate morality, restraint of oneself. Then later on, Buddha further explained, Garavacha, Niwatocha, Santuticha, Kata, Nyuta, Kanticha, Sovacha, Sata. So these are the few quality one should cultivate before seeing for noble truth. So first, Garavacha. Garavacha is what? Respectful. You must have respectful character, especially when dealing with monastics. If we monastic also, we are very respectful to the elders, monk. And you are a lay person, you must be very respectful to the monastic. This is called Garavacha. And respectful to the teachers. Okay? Respectful to the Dhamma. And respectful to the rules. Like here, AVMC rules. So this respectful is also very important character. It also shows that you have no conceit if you are respectful. And Niwatocha is also has the meaning of humble. Humble, humility. Just like Rahula. Then Santuticha, contented. When you practice meditation, you should be contented with what you have. The food, the lodging, everything. Try to be contented so that you will not find fault in others. Or you will not have complaint. If you are contented, then you have no complaint. Okay. Then next quality in the Mangala Sutta mentioned Katta Nyuta, grateful. You must be Kan'en, you must be always grateful to the helpers, to the donor, to the teacher, to the place here. And so if you're always grateful, your character, your personality will become humble as well. So please cherish this good quality of being grateful to others. Then next one is Kanticha, patient. I have said already, patient with heat, with cold, with others snoring, patient with noise, patient with pain. And the last one, Sovajasata. Again, Buddha say, easy to admonish. So in the Mangala Sutta, Karaniya Metta Sutta, Buddha mentioned twice, easy to admonish. Don't behave like Channa. If you are easy to admonish, you progress very fast. And the teacher lies to teach you. Lies to share what she has with you. Okay. So, only you have all this, cultivate all this quality, then Buddha say, then one start to see the Four Noble Truths. So from these two sutta, one understand is a necessary of prior to meditation practice. All these are the quality necessary to be cultivated. So, and also I I give this type of talk also through my own experiences. Through my experiences dealing with layperson and also my own mental refinement that block me to some extent. Okay, so I wish you to be more aware of your shortcoming and try to improve them. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Today, I'd like to share with you one very profound subject: dependent origination, paticca samuppada. For advanced yogis, or for most, not all yogis know, I think for advanced yogis, we all know that the practice of Buddha's teaching with final aim to escape from round of rebirth. Beginner may never understand. They don't even understand what is round of rebirth. But for very advanced yogis, we should know the aim of Buddha's practice is to end the cycle of birth and death. Okay, now one question arises. What blocks or hinders beings from escaping the round of rebirth? What's your answer? Ignorant tanha, okay? Some more? Attachment. Okay. All your answers are correct. Let's see what Buddha says. Okay? In Dikha Nikaya, Changpu, Buddha said that, Buddha told Ananda, it is through not understanding, not penetrating this doctrine of paticca samuppada, dependent origination, the world has become a tangled ball of string, meted as a bird's nest, and does not escape from four woeful states of existence, from the unfortunate cause for perdition, and from suffering in the round of rebirth. So, all beings cannot escape from falling into four woeful states, cannot escape from suffering, and cannot escape from the round of cycle, the round of birth and death, simply because they don't understand dependent origination. So one day, Ananda, he reflected dependent origination. While reflecting dependent origination, the dependent origination paticca samuppada or yuan qi appear very clear in his mind. He was very delighted and he reported to the Buddha. He said that, Venerable Sir, dependent origination is very clear to my mind. It appears so clear to my mind. Then he said, dependent origination is very easy and it appears so clear to my mind. And Buddha immediately prohibited him to say so. Buddha said, Ananda, say not so. Say not so. Ananda, dependent origination is very, very profound. And it's simply because of not understanding the dependent origination, all beings cannot escape from the cycle of birth. So while Buddha prohibited Ananda to say so, to say dependent origination is very easy and clear to his mind. In Buddha, there's two meanings. These are two, intention Buddha trying to convey. First, Buddha want to praise Ananda. Because Buddha said this dependent origination is so profound, but it appears to Ananda's mind is very clear. This means that Ananda has very sharp wisdom. So in a sense that Buddha say, Buddha want to praise Ananda for his wisdom. But the second implication is Buddha also want to blame Ananda. You say dependent origination is so clear, becomes so clear in your mind. Why you not yet become Arahant? Why you still stream entry? Ananda still stream entry. Why you not yet become Arahant? If you do not become Arahant, you cannot free from cycle of rebirth. You still have 7 lives to come. Therefore, Buddha praise and yet blame Ananda. Okay. And when Buddhaghosa is the most famous commentator in Theravada tradition. He comment many Theravada's sutta and Abhidhamma. So when he want to comment on this dependent origination, then he said, Buddhaghosa, the most famous commentator, he said that, while I would now begin the comment on the structure of dependent origination, I find no footing to support and seem to flounder in the sea. Struggling in the sea. I find no footing to comment. This also shows that dependent origination is so deep and profound that he has no foothold to find no foothold to comment on dependent origination. Okay. Now, what is dependent origination? Every morning we recite dependent origination. So before I go deep, let us recite one more time. You can turn to page 14. This time we will recite English one, so that you will know what I am talking about. Thus, when that comes to be, with the arising of this, that arises. That is to say, dependent on ignorance, conceptions arise. Dependent on conceptions, consciousness arises. Dependent on consciousness, mentality and materiality arise. Dependent on mentality and materiality, the 6 sense bases arise. Dependent on the 6 sense bases, contact arises. Dependent on contact, feeling arises. Dependent on feeling, craving arises. Dependent on craving, attachment arises. Dependent on attachment, there arises a new existence. Dependent on existence, a new birth takes place. Dependent on birth, then aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, unhappiness, and despair come to be. Thus is the arising of this whole mass of. When indeed phenomena become apparent to the Holy One, who is ardent and absorbed, then all his doubts disappear, since he knows the nature of their causes. Okay, enough. So this is the beginning only. Later we will read again. So this is the dependent origination. So when you read this, do you understand how the suffering comes about? Yes or no? Yes. So you are like Ananda. Dependent origination appear very clear in your mind. Okay, very good. Okay, let us go into detail. Okay. Paticca samuppada. Paticca means dependent on. When we talk about paticca, dependent on, it conveys two meanings. One is as a cause, mean cause, producing cause. The second meaning as a condition, to help, to support. So dependent on, for example, as a producing cause, dependent on becoming, birth arises. Dependent on becoming, birth. So in this sense, dependent means a producing cause. Dependent on becoming means karma becoming. All the karma. The dependent on karma, birth arises. So in this sense, here dependent means producing cause, main cause. Okay. Then another meaning is a condition. For example, because of there is ignorance as condition, then human being perform various of karma, various of sankhara, bodily karma, bodily action, speech action, and mental action. So in this sense, avijja here dependent on ignorance. Then here dependent means a condition, not the main cause, not a producing cause. So dependent got two meanings. One is producing cause, another one is a condition to support only. Okay? Then sammupada. Sammupada, paticca sammupada. Sammupada is a compound word. Samma upada. All Malaysians understand samma. What's the meaning of samma? Samma. What's the meaning? Samma means samma. Pergi samma. Together. Samma is together, right? All Malaysians know samma is together. In Pali, samma is also together. Same. So the Malay also come from the Pali. Come from the Sanskrit. Okay? So samma means together. Upada means arising. So sammupada, sammupada means samma upada, arising together. So dependent on something, then something that produce sammupada means those that arise together. Dependent on something, those that arise together. What are those that arise together? Let me give you an example. Dependent on consciousness. What arise? Nama rupa, mind and mentality and materiality. So dependent on consciousness, mentality and materiality, both arise together. Okay, so this is called sammupada. I just explained to you the meaning. So paticca samuppada means things that condition other things to arise. Ignorant condition sankhara to arise. So paticca samuppada means things that condition other things to arise. Or something arise dependent on something. The meaning paticca samuppada. Okay. So when when Buddha, before his enlightenment, he already pondered upon paticca samuppada. He already reflected paticca samuppada. So one day, Bodhisattva, before enlightenment, before become Buddha, he sees suffering in beings. What are the apparent suffering in beings, which all of us can see? What? Aging, aging, sickness, and death. So Bodhisattva, he saw the suffering in beings, especially the aging, sickness, and death. Then he started to ponder what conditions, on what cause, or depend on what that aging, old age, and death arise. To us, aging, we see aging, old age, death. To us, like very common. We will never reflect the cause. We think it's a natural process of life. We are not like Bodhisattva, going to investigate what caused the aging, what caused the death. Therefore, we are ordinary person. We are not Bodhisattva. We don't have this type of, we call Cinta Maya, Cinta Maya Panya. Cinta means thinking, investigating. Panya means wisdom. So we don't have this type of wisdom come from investigation. We take it for granted. Everybody dies, so what? No need to investigate the cause. What caused that? Become busybody. So we don't have this type of Cinta Maya Panya, wisdom through investigation. And also we don't have another wisdom called Bhavana Maya Panya, wisdom through mental development, so that he sees things as they really are. See things clearly. We see things very blurred. Why we see things blurred? Because inside our mind there's one, make our mind very blurred. What is that? Ignorance. Inside our heart there's one factor called ignorance, make our mind always blur. Not like Bodhisattva. Okay. So, as we take aging, sickness, and death as a natural process, and we never question further what is the condition for aging and death. But Bodhisattva started to ask himself, to investigate. So, what caused aging and death? Birth. Because you learn from Buddha's teaching. If Buddha say birth, I don't think the answer will come out from your mouth. Okay? Because of our knowledge from what Buddha said, then we know, because of birth. Because of birth, there's aging, sickness, and death. Then Bodhisattva will never stop short. Finish. Don't ask anymore. No. Then what caused birth? Bodhisattva further investigate what caused birth. So what caused birth to arise? Just now you just recite already here. So quick, forget. Louder. If you have confidence, you speak very loud. Only when you have no confidence, you speak very softly. Afraid it's wrong answer, right? What caused birth? Assistant, yes, assistant, or called bhava. Bhava pachaya jati. Assistant of becoming. Becoming is a better word. Becoming got two meanings. One is karmic becoming. So in this case, what caused the becoming got two meanings. What is karmic becoming? What is birth becoming? So what caused birth? Cannot be birth caused birth, right? So it must be karmic becoming that caused birth. Karma. Karma means, karmic becoming means all our bodily action, verbal action, and mental action. Whether good or bad. They leave behind karmic energy. This karmic potentiality, potentiality will follow the stream of consciousness. As I said before, stream of consciousness will never stop one. Your body can change. This life, your human body. Next life, animal body. Another life, deva body. But that consciousness will never stop. It's a stream of consciousness that never stops. So all our action, bodily, physically, and mentally, leave behind once performed, leave behind karmic potentiality, and this karmic potentiality follow the stream of consciousness. And when the time is ripe, when you plant a mango cannot immediately produce the seed cannot produce the tree immediately or produce the fruit immediately. It takes time, right? When all the conditions ripen, then this karmic will bear its fruit. Then we call resultant. So it may bear its fruit in this life as well. Some bear fruit in this life. Some bear fruit in next life. Some produce next birth. We have various types of karma. Some are producing karma, some are supporting karma. So different. Some are obstructive karma. So in this sense, karma becoming dependent on karma becoming birth. So this is called direct produce. Direct produce birth. So this is called producing karma, productive karma. Then once you understand, because of karma they produce birth. Then what is the source of karma? Why we perform karma? Why we perform bodily action, verbal action, and mental action? Because of what? Because of louder. If you have confidence, louder. Speak louder. Because of strong desire. Because strong desire to enjoy life. Because of strong desire to become somebody. I want to become lawyer. I want to become millionaire. I want to become successful businessman. I want to become professor. I want to become nun. I want to become monk and so on. I want to become a scientist and so on. So because of strong desire to be somebody, or because of strong desire to be reborn in higher plane of existence, have strong desire to become deva, heavenly beings. So with that strong desire, you have to do something. Otherwise your dream will never come true, right? So you have to do something. This doing something is called karma in the Buddhism. So this karma, called karma. Your study also called karma. The good deed, your bad deed you do, all also called karma. So karma can be good or can be bad. If you are fortunate enough, you meet a wise teacher, then the wise teacher asks you to do good karma. Then you perform good karma. But unfortunately, many people meet with not correct teacher. Some teacher ask them to sacrifice animal. In order to reborn in heaven, you have to sacrifice animal. Killing will never be wholesome one. You kill somebody's life. How can it be wholesome? If I kill somebody's life, I can reborn in heaven. That is very easy to reborn in heaven. Every day I go and kill one chicken, one duck, one hen. So it's not possible. But just don't understand. People never investigate what others say, what the teacher say. Or because of a wrong view, blind faith to what the teacher say, never investigate. How can killing bring somebody to heaven? Without anger, you cannot kill, right? And anger itself is what? Unwholesome karma. How can unwholesome karma bring one to heaven? I doubt that. Okay, unfortunately, we are the Buddhists. We understand. So we perform many good karma, also with strong desire. I don't know what's your desire. You maybe want to reborn in heaven, want to become somebody. All this strong desire. So karma, what is the condition for karma? Strong desire, or we call a clinging. Upadana, clinging. This clinging can be clinging to rights and riches, like slaughter animals, to offer to God is called rise and riches, wrong view. This clinging can be clinging to doctrine of self, believing there is a permanent self who migrate from one life to another life. This type of clinging to a wrong view is also one type of mental karma. So there are different types of clinging. Then what caused clinging? What caused that strong desire? What's the condition for that strong desire to arise? It's craving, okay? Clinging and craving are very close. Craving is not so intense as clinging. Clinging is very intense. So depend on craving. From the craving, they arise clinging. So depend on the craving, arise clinging. So what's the condition for clinging? Craving, okay? Tanha, or thirst. Craving for sensual desire, craving for existence, for the life to continue. Don't want to die. Want to reborn again and again and again in order to enjoy sensual pleasures. If your life is full of suffering, I don't think you want to reborn again. It's that you have not encountered enough suffering that you want to be reborn again and again. So suffering, it depends on suffering, faith arises. Faith. Okay. So what caused craving to arise? So what is the condition for craving to arise? Feeling, yes, correct. Feeling. Especially pleasant feeling. For example, you want to be somebody. You want to be a lawyer, you want to be a doctor, you want to be a millionaire, you want to be a businessman, you want to be a professor. Because this name accompanied with very pleasant feeling. I am somebody. Wow, when somebody tell you professor, wow, this is a lot of pleasant feeling. Right? So this craving come from pleasant feeling. When I was in USA, I met so many professors. And their wife told me that after retired, many of them got depression. No one called them professor anymore. No more. Now he's like ordinary person. No one call him professor. He's nobody now. Only the husband of the wife. So he lose the title. Once he lose the title, unpleasant feeling. Therefore, because of pleasant feeling, craving arises. Okay? So what's the condition for craving? Pleasant feelings. Okay. Then what is the condition for pleasant feeling? What is the condition for feeling? Contact. This is very common. Even not Buddha say, we also know. When somebody call you professor, wow, very pleasant. Because of contact. Somebody call you specialist. Somebody call you lawyer, wow, you feel very pleasant. You identify that title with yourself. That makes the ego arise. Okay? That make the ego very big. Okay. So it's the contact. Contact, there are 6 types of contact. Ear contact, eye contact, nose contact, tongue contact, body contact, and mental contact. Like the poor people, they don't have any title to be called, but they can have daydreaming. They can dream they are the millionaire now standing with the president of America. So this daydreaming also can cause mental contact, also can cause pleasant feeling in him. Okay, so there are 6 types of contact. Therefore, there are 6 types of. They have 6 types of feeling. So what caused contact to arise? What is the condition for contact to arise? 6 sense bases, right? Eye, ear, nose, body, tongue, and mind. Without this 6 sense bases, no contact will take place. Okay, this is easy to understand. Okay, then what caused 6 sense bases to arise? What's the condition for the arising of 6 sense bases? Huh? What? If you don't know, see the book. What? Nama-rupa, mentality and materiality. Huh? Without mentality, the mind cannot have contact. Huh? Without the body, how can have ear? How can you have ear? How can you have eyes, nose, and body? Only with body you have eye, you have ear, you have nose, you have tongue. Only then contact will take place. Will take place. Okay? So because of mentality and materiality, contact as those 6 sense bases arise. Then what is the condition? What is the condition for mentality and materiality to arise? Consciousness. Consciousness. Because consciousness is the forerunner for all mind activity. For mentality, consciousness is the forerunner. Without consciousness, mind and body cannot arise. Here, mentality means of mental factors. Without consciousness, consciousness is like a king. Then the mentality, all the mental factors like mindfulness, anger, sorrow, and feeling, perception cannot arise without consciousness. All this like mindfulness, concentration, wisdom, anger, delusion, all these are called mental factors. They are the ministers of consciousness. So consciousness is the head. So depend on consciousness, mentality and materiality arise. And when we come into mother's womb, the first is consciousness, come first. Followed by mental factor, in fact come together. But body is a little bit slow than mind. Okay, then what's the consciousness for? What's the condition and cause for consciousness to arise? So in this case, Bodhisattva, in this case, he did not go to sankhara, depend on sankhara consciousness, or depend on avijja, ignorant sankhara. He stopped here. Then at night, we divide the night into 3 watches. So first watch, Buddha reflected this way. Second watch of night, he reflected reverse order. We call patiloma, reverse order. What is the reverse order? Okay, let us read. Then it becomes clear to you. Okay. Iti imasming asati. Page 16, follow. When there is not, that does not come to be. With the cessation of this, that cease. This is to say, with the remainderless dissipate and the cessation of ignorance, formation cease. With the cessation of formations, consciousness ceases. With the cessation of consciousness, mentality and materiality cease. With the cessation of mentality and materiality, the 6 sense bases cease. With the cessation of the 6 sense bases, contact ceases. With the cessation of contact, feeling ceases. With the cessation of feeling, craving ceases. With the cessation of craving, attachment ceases. With the cessation of attachment, the cause for a new existence ceases. With the cessation of the cause for a new existence, the possibility of rebirth ceases. With the cessation of birth, then aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, unhappiness, and despair cease. Thus, there is the cessation of this whole mess of dukkha. Okay, so in forward order, Buddha said, thus is the arising of whole mess of suffering. But now, when all this ceases, this is the end of all suffering. Then Buddha said, when indeed phenomena become apparent to the Holy One, who is ardent and absorbed, then all his doubts disappear, since he penetrates the ending of their causes. Just now, ignorant is the cause. Now, using his wisdom, cut off, eradicate, destroy all the ignorance, all the main cause. So when the main cause ceases, then the suffering also comes to the end. This is called reverse order. Okay? So now he has no doubt. There is a cause, and there is a cessation of the cause. So he has no doubt at all. Then at the third watch of night, Buddha reflected again forward order, followed by reverse order again. At first night, watch of night, he only reflected one, forward order. Second watch of night, he reflected reverse order. In the third watch of night, he reflects both together. Forward order and reverse order. Okay. And this we have chanted every morning. So tomorrow when you chant the time, you know how Buddha reflected the Paticca-samuppada. Okay. So today I finished today. I will end today. Tomorrow we will continue. Okay. Yesterday, we have talked about dependent origination, Paticca-samuppada, how Bodhisattva and how after his enlightenment, he reflect upon Paticca-samuppada. And Paticca-samuppada or dependent origination consists of 12 interrelated factors. And for example, avijja, ignorance, depend on ignorance, karmic formation. So if ignorance is one factor, then karmic formation another factor. So all 12 interrelated factors. And I believe most of the practitioner understand or know that there is one, according to dependent origination, there is one person. Because of ignorance, he performed action, and because of action, then he was reborn, consciousness. And because of consciousness, there is mind and body. Because of mind and body, there is 6 sense spaces. Because of 6 sense spaces, there is contact. Because of contact, there is feeling. Because of feeling, craving, clinging, then becoming. Because of becoming, birth. Then because of birth, aging, sickness, and death, thus arise the whole mess of suffering. But for most people, their mind think of there is one person who undergo the cycle of rebirth. This is not correct. Buddha only used conventional truth. Otherwise, he did not know how to explain to you to make it clear. Therefore, he said there's a being because of ignorance, then perform karma. Because of karma, then consciousness. Then up to the end, thus arise the whole mess of suffering. But in the ultimate truth, there is no one. No one undergo cycle of rebirth. Ignorance is just mental factors. Karmic formation is also mind and body, the action of mind and body. And body consists of 4 elements, right? And the mental consists of consciousness or mental factors. So in fact, according to ultimate truth, there's no one undergo cycle of rebirth. To say one person undergoes cycle of rebirth, it's just for easy communication only. I have to make it clear to you first. Otherwise, you may have the wrong view. There's one person. In Buddha's teaching, there's no person, no one. Only mind and body. And this mind and body is interrelated. Interrelated. And they are in the state of flux. Always changing. Never permanent. When something is permanent, then we call a permanent self. When there's no permanent, how can you call this a self going around the cycle of rebirth? So make this point clear in your mind first. Sometimes this type of understanding is very shocking also. No one, then who am I? So for somebody, they cannot take it. If you have strong attachment to the self or identity self, you may not be able to take it. There's no one. Undergo the cycle of rebirth. If there's no one, then no need to practice. Why should I practice? Right? Therefore, Buddha also understand. If at the very beginning, he go and tell the public, there's no one, everybody got a shock. Cannot take it. When the mind cannot take it, then you are not ready for the Dhamma yet. So Buddha just used the conventional truth to tell you first. Why suffering arise in you? Because of ignorance. Then because ignorant, then you perform karma. So he say you perform or we perform karma. Just for easy understanding. To convey the message only. But in the ultimate truth, only mind and body. And remember, mind and body are in a state of flux, always changing, not permanent. Therefore, there's no permanent abiding self. What is the self in the Buddha's teaching? When we say permanent self, it means that an abiding self who undergo or who migrate from one life to another life. This is called self, atta. Okay. Then according to dependent origination, there are 12 interrelated factors. They are mind and matter. Mind or mentality and materiality. So mind is not a person. Materiality is also not a person. To say a person is for easy understanding. And each factor, the 12 factor, each factor is entirely dependent upon other factors as supporting conditions. For example, feeling. Feeling arise depend on contact. Right? So contact is supporting condition for feeling to arise. Therefore, we say feeling arise depend on contact. And feeling itself in turn becomes the supporting condition for still other factors. Depend on feeling, craving arises. So craving, let me explain again. Feeling arise depend on other factor, depend on contact. Without contact, feeling cannot arise. So feeling arises depend on some factor. And in turn, feeling itself now becomes the supporting condition for other factor, for craving to arise. So, in this sense, feeling is conditioned and yet conditioning. Okay? If not okay, also no problem. Because Buddha say dependent origination is very, very profound, difficult to understand. So if you don't understand, also don't feel depressed. Okay? Don't feel discouraged. So in the dependent origination, each factor is conditioned as well as conditioning. Okay. Now let us go into detail. if you have time, I hope you can learn by heart so that you can follow my lecture. All these 12 factors. Now, dependent on ignorance, karmic formation. When you got time, free time, you learn by heart. So next time when I explain to you, it becomes very clear in your mind. Okay. So first, avijja paccaya sankhara. Avijja means ignorance. Paccaya means dependent upon. Dependent upon ignorance as condition. What arises? Karmic formation. Sankhara. Karmic formations. Now, what is this ignorance? The characteristic of ignorance is mental blindness. Mental blind already. Cannot see clearly. Cannot see clearly. Cannot see everything is impermanent. Cannot see everything is suffering. Cannot see everything is non-self. But he see everything is permanent. Everything is happiness. Everything there is abiding self. This is called ignorant. Mental blindness. Cannot see things clearly. And its function is to confuse you. When ignorance arises in your mind get very confused. Do not know what is right, what is wrong. And the manifestation of ignorance is non-penetration. Non-penetration, the true nature of phenomena, or the true nature of your mind and body. Or, another word, concealment. Concealment of the true nature of objects, or mind and body. The true nature is concealed, therefore you cannot see very clearly. Only wisdom can see clearly. So according to the sutta, there are 4 types. According to sutta, ignorance means not knowing Four Noble Truths. So whenever I ask you, what is ignorant? You don't answer avijja is ignorant. Okay. What is ignorant? Not knowing Four Noble Truths is the answer. Here, ignorance has 2 meanings. One is not knowing. The second one is knowing wrongly. So not only not knowing, but knowing wrongly again. Double. So first, not knowing of what? Not knowing of noble truth of suffering. Second, not knowing the noble truth of the origin of suffering. Third, not knowing noble truth of the cessation of suffering. And the fourth, not knowing the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. This is not knowing. The second meaning, knowing wrongly. So this person, so one does not know the noble truth of suffering. What is the noble truth of suffering? So if you don't know, then you have avijja. Now you have ignorance because you do not know what is the noble truth of suffering. Birth, aging, sickness, death, separation from beloved, this association with unbeloved, cannot get what you want. In short, the last one is the most important. In short, 5 aggregate of clinging is the truth of suffering. So when ignorance arises in your mind, you do not know clinging to the mind and body is suffering. You do not know. And yet, you know wrongly. You wrongly know that clinging to your mind and body is the noble truth of happiness. Okay, let me repeat. Ignorant means not knowing. First, not knowing the noble truth of suffering, which is clinging to your body and mind. Whenever there's clinging to the body and mind is the truth of suffering. You do not know. And yet, you know wrongly. Wrongly know that clinging to the mind and body is the truth of happiness. All of us cling to our mind and body, thinking that it gives us happiness. Therefore, avijja, ignorance, is always within us. Okay? Second, not knowing the noble truth of the origin of suffering. What is the origin of suffering? Craving. So in order to understand dependent origination, you must have some Buddhist knowledge. Otherwise, it becomes even difficult for you. So, not knowing the normal truth of the origin of suffering, which is craving. You see, we crave for our family members, crave for our spouse, crave for our life, crave for our career, crave to become somebody, and so on. And we do not know craving itself is origin of suffering. And also we wrongly know craving is the truth or origin of happiness. Not knowing craving is suffering, and yet know wrongly craving is happiness. Is it clear or not? Okay. The third one. Avijja does not know the noble truth of the cessation of suffering. Okay, what is the cessation of suffering? What is the noble truth of the cessation of suffering? Do you know? Yes or no? No? Okay, you tell me yes or no. Do you know the truth of the cessation of suffering? If yes, then you have no avijja. If no, then now you have avijja. You have ignorance in your mind because you do not know the truth of the cessation of suffering. Okay? So the truth of the cessation of suffering is the ending of craving. For your memory, easy to remember. What caused suffering? Craving. So when craving comes to the end, is the cessation of suffering. It's very easy to remember. Okay? But when a person has avijja, he does not know that the cessation of suffering is craving. And this avijja make him wrongly know the craving with craving. And he wrongly know that cessation of suffering is to reborn in heaven, is to be permanent. Like Chinese we call in Jingtu, pure land. Without reborn in the pure land, to be permanent there is the cessation of suffering. There's no permanent place in this world except Nibbana. Okay? So he does not know. He does not understand the cessation of suffering. In other words, there are many ways to explain cessation of suffering. One way is the end of craving. When the end of the craving, then no more mind and body. When there's no mind and body, there's no more pain, right? No more suffering. So when there's no more mind and body, it's called complete cessation of suffering. So a person does not know that, does not understand that, and yet he wrongly knows cessation of suffering is to reborn in heaven, permanent there. Just like Christian, reborn in a heaven and be permanent there. This is why this is also called ignorance. Not knowing the cessation of suffering is the complete cessation of mind and body. Only when there's mind and body, there's aging, sickness, and death, right? When there's no mind and body, there's no aging, sickness, and death. Therefore, it's the cessation of all suffering. Okay? Are you with me? Can follow or not? Okay. Number 4. Avijja does not know the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. So, what is the path? What's the path? I think this one everybody know. What's the path? Yeah, Noble Eightfold Path. So, if you know, then you have no avijja. Okay? So, the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering is a Noble Eightfold Path. For somebody, they do not know. And not only they do not know, and yet they know wrongly. The path is sacrificing animal, sacrificing animal to gods, or some rice and riches, or worship deva, worship heavenly beings, or some even think that jhana itself is the path leading to the cessation of suffering. Therefore, they know wrongly. Instead of knowing Noble Eightfold Path, they know other than Noble Eightfold Path. So they know wrongly. This is called avijja. So, avijja means not knowing for noble truth and yet know wrongly. Okay, now we come to, since you understand what's the meaning of avijja, now we come to karmic formations. I will explain the meaning first, then I will explain to you the relation among avijja and karmic formations. Karmic formations, sankhara, avijja paccaya sankhara. The characteristic of karmic formation is to form. To form. Form what? Form bodily action, form verbal action, to form mental action. And their function, the function of karmic formations is to accumulate. Accumulate what? Accumulate what? Karma. Is to accumulate karma. And the manifestation of karmic formation is volition, cetana, volition, or the will, want to do something. The volition or the will, want to do something, to become somebody, to reborn somewhere, all these are called volition. Volition, want to do, want to achieve, want to get. This is the manifestation of karmic formation. So when we do something or we study in order to become PhD or master, so there's a volition there. The will want to achieve something. Because of that will want to achieve something, we perform karma, we perform actions. This is called volition. And Buddha said, Cetanahang bhikkhave kammang vadami. I declare volition is karma. Volition means karma. And volition is mental factors. Mental factors. So with the arising of volition, then body move. Body start to act. With the volition of mental volition, with the arising of mental volition, then one speak harshly, one speak gently, one tell lies, and one one gossip, and so on. So volition is mental factor. It causes bodily action and verbal action. And what is the proximate cause for karmic formation? What's the near cause for karmic formation? Ignorance. Because of ignorance, then one perform bodily action, physical action and mental action. Okay, let us see the relation between karmic ignorance and karmic formation. First, ignorance does not know noble truth of suffering. What is the noble truth of suffering? Clinging to 5 aggregate. Okay, so ignorance does not know clinging to 5 aggregate is suffering. And because of not knowing or know wrongly, then one perform action, whether kusala, karma, good action or bad action, in order to get another set of 5 aggregate. Okay, is it clear or not? Because you don't understand, you don't understand having mind and body is suffering. Because ignorance does not understand. And ignorant understand wrongly, clinging to mind and body is source of happiness. And because of that, then we perform good karma. We do dana, generosity. We observe sila, morality. We practice meditation in order to get new 5 aggregate. Because we think having 5 aggregates is a source of happiness. Either you want to be born as in heavenly or in human world, or to be somebody, simply because of ignorance. Not knowing having this mind and body is the source of suffering. Okay, is it clear or not? If you're not clear, I cannot proceed. Tell me you are clear. Okay. Therefore, this subject is very difficult. Therefore, Buddha Gosa, when he want to comment this dependent origination, he said like struggling in the sea. Don't know how to comment. It's so profound and so difficult. How to comment, how to explain. Okay. So, and next, how not understand the noble truth of the origin of suffering that one performs karma. Now we go one by one. First, not understand the noble truth of suffering, one performs karmic formation, whether good or bad, in order to get new 5 aggregate, or in other words, in order to get new life. More easy to understand. In order to get new life. We all want to get a new life, right? Then second, avijja, not knowing the noble truth of the origin of suffering. What is the noble truth of the origin of suffering? Craving. Okay, so not knowing that and know wrongly that craving is the origin of happiness. Then we perform action to satisfy our craving. To satiate our craving. We perform good action to satisfy our craving. Or somebody, because of wrong view, they perform unwholesome action like killing, cheating. Because they cheat, business cheating, they can get lots of money. So because of craving for money, they thought craving is the source of happiness. So they cheat somebody in order to get money to satisfy their craving. So they perform unwholesome action. Okay? This is one example. Okay, the third one. Not knowing the noble truth of the cessation of suffering, which is the cessation of mind and body. Not knowing that, and yet knowing wrongly, having a permanent existence in the heaven is the cessation of suffering. So he will perform he will meditate some, or he will perform some, just like Christian. If you do good things, or you convert somebody to become Christian, then you'll be reborn in heaven, and you are permanent there. And now is the cessation of all suffering already. And you are permanent, happy there. Therefore, because of their wrong view, and because of ignorance, so they perform good action. They always try to convert other people to become Christian. Not like Buddhists. We never try to convert other people. Because Buddhists, we say what? 缘分. 他跟佛没缘，随他吧。Therefore, we never have this initiative to convert other people to become Buddhists. No karma, no good karma cannot become Buddhist. So we understand the law of karma. So we let it be. We are not trying to force other people. Okay? So this is the third one. And the fourth noble truth, the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering. So ignorance does not understand. Noble Eightfold Path is the path leading to the cessation of suffering, but know wrongly. So know wrongly, then he perform many unwholesome karma. Just like during Buddha's time, there was two men, two ascetic. One practiced dog practice, behave like a dog, sleep like a dog, eat like a dog, eat dog's food, walk like a dog. Another one behave like cow. They practice cow practice. So behave like cow, eat what cow eat, sleep like cow, and so on. Because ignorant, they don't understand. The path leading to the cessation of suffering is Noble Eightfold Path. It's not this self-mortification. So because of not knowing correct path and yet know wrongly, so they behave like dog, they behave like cow. When they behave like dog and cow, this is called karmic formation. So why karmic formation arise? Because of ignorance, not knowing the correct path. So they practice the wrong path. Okay. So, and they practice this cow habit and dog habit for many, many years, maybe 30 years. So one day they heard Buddha came to their village. They were very happy, and they want to ask Buddha a question. So two of us, excited, went to see Buddha. And the cow practitioners asked the Buddha, I have been practicing this cow practice for a long, long time. I eat what cow eat. I walk like a cow, sleep like a cow. So we believe that after, this is the way to the cessation of suffering. But I want, because you are all enlightened one, you have all knowing mind. Then may I know, after I pass away, after I die, where the rebirth will take place. Buddha said, you should not ask me this question. And then the cow practices, the one who practice the cow habit, he said, why not? We come so far, please. Venerable Sir, tell me, I have faith in you. Please tell me where the rebirth will take place. Buddha said, you should not ask me this question. So for the third time, he insists that Buddha should answer him. Then after third time say that, since I cannot stop you to ask this question, let me tell you the truth. You were reborn either in hell or in animal realm as cow. So when this person, this cow practice, heard this, broke into crying and crying. Buddha said, see, I asked you, don't ask me. Sure, I know you were broke into tears. Then the cow practices, not because what you say, because now we understand we have been misled, and we have been practicing this cow practices for 30 years. We have wasted 30 years years, and yet ended in a hell or become cow. So we feel so sorry and sorrowful. Then another person who practiced dog, know the answer already. No need to ask. Same thing. So this is how ignorant, dependent on ignorant karmic formation. Therefore, in order to meet with the teaching of the Buddha, be able to meet with the correct teaching, with the teaching of the Buddha is your good karma. It's purely your good karma. Otherwise, you see, during Buddha's time, when Buddha is around, is still in the world, and these two persons practice cow habit and practice dog habit. You see their karma? They don't have good karma, right? And we so far away from Buddha's time, 2,600 ago, and yet we can still practice the Noble Eightfold Path. Isn't that we are very blessed? We are highly blessed. We are with our good karma in order to be able to walk the correct path. So congratulations, sadhu to you. Okay. So this is how, not knowing the noble truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, one performs either good karma or bad karma. But in this case, if you do not know the path leading to the cessation of suffering, sure you will perform unwholesome karma. So now can you see the relation, how dependent on ignorant karmic formation, good or bad, arise? Can you see the relation or not? Yes? Okay. Then we should stop here. Because otherwise it becomes more and more complicated. Okay, so today I would like to continue the talk on Paticca Samuppada, dependent origination. Last time we have talked about avijja paccaya sankhara, dependent on ignorance, karmic formations. Now we come to the second link, dependent on karmic formations, consciousness. Sankhara paccaya vijñānam. This link is very complicated. A lot of information you never heard before. Okay. We already understand. Sankhara means kaya sankhara, verbal karmic formation. Vaji sankhara. Kaya sankhara is bodily karmic formation. Vaji sankhara, verbal karmic formation, and mano sankhara, mental karmic formation. All this karmic formation, once performed, it disappears. It disappears. Like, as I said before, the chores you have done this morning has already passed away, has already gone, but this chores, this good wholesome deeds you have performed, leave behind karmic energy. And this karmic energy, when met with favorable conditions, it will produce rebirth consciousness. It will produce consciousness. So, sankhara paccaya vijñānam. Vijñāna here is called consciousness. There are 4 types of consciousness. One is called wholesome consciousness. The second is called unwholesome consciousness. The third is called resultant consciousness. And the fourth we call functional consciousness. Wholesome consciousness and unwholesome consciousness will produce result. And resultant consciousness itself is a result already. Functional consciousness cannot produce result. It's only doing something, but not producing any result. It's called functional consciousness. So, in the second link, Sankhara Paccaya Vijnanam, karmic dependent on karmic formation, Vijnana, consciousness arises. Here consciousness refers to resultant consciousness. What are the resultant consciousness? Rebirth consciousness. The first moment of conception in the mother's womb. The first thing that arises is called rebirth or relinking consciousness or rebirth consciousness, relinking consciousness. And in our life, after rebirth consciousness, then gradually in our life there arise eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mental consciousness. All these are also resultant consciousness. All this also produced by karmic formation, produced by our karma done in the past. So how karma, now I'm going to tell you how karma done in the past produce new birth, produce relinking or rebirth consciousness in this very life. Okay? Let's say I perform, like I'm giving a Dhamma talk here. This is Kusala Dhamma, wholesome karma. And when I finish my talk, this Sankhara, wholesome Sankhara, wholesome karmic formation has gone. Right? No more. However, it leaves behind karmic potency. And this karmic potency will follow my mental stream. Consciousness is a continuity of process. It keeps on moving on. Arising, passing away, arising, passing away. But it carries all the karmic potentiality with it. Although consciousness arising, passing away, all our karma performed, whether good or bad, will follow this consciousness. When this karmic can bear its result, depend on conditions. When all the conditions ripen, then it will bear its result. Let's say, this karmic wholesome karma of giving Dhamma talk ripen, and during my dying moment in this very life, during my dying moment, and the good karma of giving talk ripen will produce its result in next life as human being or as heavenly beings. Only this two. So during my dying moment, the last few moments, this karma ripen, then this karma will manifest itself by one of the three signs. Number one is called karma. So I will see myself during my dying moment. I will see myself as though I am preaching the Dhamma again. The second is called sign of karma. Sign of karma, then I will see this microphone I use when giving talk. Or I may see the book I use or the environment. This is called sign of karma. I will see it. The third is sign of destination. Indicates where I will be reborn. So if this Dhamma talk I give will produce heavenly rebirth, then I will see mention heavenly mansion in my last moment. Or I will see Deva, heavenly beings, coming down to receive me. But if I were reborn as human being, then I may see mother's womb, red color. I will see like red color things in the mother's womb. Okay, so this is called sign of destination. Indicates where rebirth will take place, either in heaven or in human world. Okay, so during this last moment, the mind will grasp this object, either karma or sign of karma or sign of destination. And this moment, when the mind grasps this object, then death consciousness occurs. Death. So my life faculty is cut off. Then I die. Okay? When I die, will the rebirth continue or not? Yes or no? Why? Why rebirth must continue for me? Simply because ignorance and craving are not uprooted completely yet. Okay? These are the two root causes for rebirth: ignorance and craving. So therefore, rebirth has to be continued. So after that consciousness, without a gap, no gap in between, rebirth consciousness will arise, or called relinking consciousness. This rebirth consciousness will arise, take the same thing, either karma or sign of karma or sign of destination. To make it easy understand, let's say karma. I see myself as though I am preaching the same thing again, same Dharma talk again. So the rebirth consciousness will take the image of I preaching the Dharma. Okay. So now a question comes. Why this consciousness arise? Why rebirth consciousness arise? Is the rebirth consciousness wholesome consciousness or resultant consciousness? Resultant. Yes. What is the karma that make this resultant consciousness arises? Preaching the Dharma. Yes. Therefore, sankhara paccaya vijnana. This vijnana is resultant, we call relinking consciousness. It arises depend on past sankhara, past life sankhara. Because consciousness is the first consciousness in this life. It cannot come from this life anymore. It's the first mind moment, right? First mind moment in this life. Therefore, the causes must be in the past. Cannot be in the present. Not possible. So it must be in the past. Therefore, sankhara paccaya vijnana. So to explain the dependent origination, we expand into 3 lifetimes. Avijja paccaya sankhara is previous life. Sankhara paccaya vijnanam is present life. So because of past life, I have done a lot of merit. One of my good karma, preaching the Dharma, ripened during my dying moment. Then it produced result and give result to rebirth consciousness in this very life. Then I reborn as human being. Okay. So consciousness, sankhara paccaya vijnana, vijnana. This is called resultant consciousness. We call relinking. Why it is called relinking? Because it links from the past life to present life. Therefore, it's called relinking consciousness. Okay. Now I have 2 questions for you. Okay. So now, relinking consciousness arises, and I'm born. Okay. So is this person same as previous life? Is this same person or not? Same or not same? Not same. Is it completely different? No. Then how to explain? Huh? Yes, very good. It's a continuation. Huh? So if you say that the present Susīlā same exactly as my previous past life, it's the same person who transmigrate from the previous lifetime to this lifetime. It's the same person. Then you have the wrong view. We call eternalism. The wrong view of eternalism. Most Buddhists have this type of wrong view. They always say that I have done a bad karma in the past. Now I bear the result. He identified the past same as him, he now. He thought it's the same person. Not to say in the past. Let's say this lifetime. You take out the photo when you are a baby. When you were a baby. You take the photo and see, is your face same as when you were a baby? You cannot see. You can't even find something same. Maybe a little bit, maybe eye same, you know. So it's not same. It's not the same person. You can feel that, is this me? Why I cannot feel any trace of me? You cannot find. It's not the identity. But without this baby come about me now, right? Right? So it's also connected. Without this baby, I will never come up to be adult. Although the baby is not same as me as adult now, but it's also something related. Okay. So for another person, maybe in America, or Westerner, they say that no, the rebirth now is not a transmigration from past life to this life, but it's completely different person. Past life has gone, now it's a new being. Nothing to do with the past. This view is also very dangerous, even more dangerous than eternalism. This view is called annihilation. 断灭见. Annihilation. So in this junction, Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana, this junction that they will arise lots of wrong view. First is, let me repeat now since it's so important. If you think the same person transmigrate from the past to the present, is the same person, then you have the wrong view of eternalism. And if you think that the present me is nothing to do with the past, not connected at all, this is another wrong view called annihilation. The wrong view of annihilation. And the third wrong view is the present me is come to this world, no cause for it. No cause for it. And this also the third type of wrong view. As we understand the Dhamma, everything comes from the cause, right? When we recite dependent origination, from ignorance up to thus arise the whole mess of suffering, for an ardent yogi, if he discerns everything comes from the cause, all the doubts vanished. So if you understand everything comes from the cause, your doubt vanishes. But for somebody, they say, no, this life is spontaneous, no cause. This another type of wrong view. We call no cause, wrong view, causeless, wrong view. And the third type of wrong view, in this link, Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana, in this link, they can have fourth type of wrong view. He may think that this person is created by God. The me is created by God, or created by Brahma, according to Hindu belief. Is created by Brahma. According to Christian belief, may be created by God. So there is a creator, and there is a creation. There is four types of wrong view. So how to solve this problem? How to answer if we say, if no identity? So you should answer, neither identity nor otherness. Neither same, exactly the same identity, nor different, diverse, completely diversity. Also not correct. So neither identity nor otherness. It's just a continuity of process. Continuity of process only. Okay? To give an example, to make it even clearer, let's say you went to a cave or you went to a valley and you shout. Echo, right? Echo. Is it echo same as your voice or not? Is it echo exactly same as your voice? Or is it echo your voice? No. But without your voice, can the echo arises? Also cannot. Right? Okay. Another example. Let's say the stem, seal. It's called seal. Okay. You take the seal and stamp here. It leaves the impression, right? Impression. Is the impression, although it's the same as your seal, right? Is the impression same exactly the seal? No. But without this seal, it's about cannot. Okay? Example. Let's say you light up a lamp. So there's flame. You also see the flame with the lamp. Then another person take a lamp and using your flame and light up his lamp using your lamp. Okay? Now his lamp also got flame. So can you say his flame same exactly as yours? Cannot. There's two different flames, right? But without your flame first, his flame cannot come about. Right? And yet you cannot say this one same exactly as this one. This one is this one. No. No one can accept that. But without the first flame, the second flame cannot come about. So there is a connection, right? There is a continuity. That's why it's neither the same nor otherness. And the process of life is just a continuity of process. So if you can understand this point, then you will not have eternalism view. Neither you will have annihilation view, nor causeless view, nor creator. We are created we are created by Brahma or gods. So all this wrong view will be dispelled for those who understand cause and effect. Okay, so Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana. So this Vijnana is rebirth or relinking consciousness arises depend on the good karma one has performed in the past life. Why in the past life? Because this consciousness is the first consciousness in one's lifetime. So there's no other cause in this lifetime can produce this rebirth consciousness. Therefore, the cause must be in the past. And this rebirth consciousness is resultant consciousness. Then after rebirth consciousness to Bhavanga. In my first public interview, many people talk about Bhavanga. Now we come to Bhavanga. After first rebirth consciousness and still in the mother's womb, there's no cognitive process. The eyes, ear, nose, body is not formed yet, right? So the ear cannot hear, the nose cannot smell. So there's no cognitive process. But the life must be continued. Therefore, after rebirth consciousness, Bhavanga consciousness will arise for many times to preserve the life, to let the life continue. Otherwise, the life will be cut off. The life means the continuity of consciousness is called life. Okay. So at that time, Bhavanga means factor of life or life continuum will arise to preserve the life, to preserve the continuity of life or continuity of consciousness until the eye faculty is developed. Then you can see. Then eye consciousness will arise. Until the ear faculty is developed, then you can hear. Then ear consciousness will arise. And also when the body is fully developed, then you can touch, you can sense, then we call sensing consciousness or body consciousness will arise. So eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, and tongue consciousness, body consciousness, all these are called resultant consciousness. They are produced by past life. This same, my consciousness of some are produced past life, some are present life. Okay. Now we are talking Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana first. All these 5 types. Rebirth consciousness is mind consciousness also. And other mind consciousness and 5 eye, ear, nose, body, tongue are all resultant consciousness. This is called Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana. We have performed abundant of unwholesome karma or wholesome karma in the past. So this wholesome and unwholesome karma keep on producing various types of consciousness. Like in this present life, one time we see, we hear, we taste, we tongue very fast, because our past karma keep on producing resultant consciousness. Complicated, right? Okay, I temporarily stop here for a while, otherwise become too complicated. If got time, I can continue. Okay, so today I will try to finish the 12 link, the 12 factors. And we have touched the first link, avijja paccaya sankhara, dependent on ignorant karmic formation. And we have also dealt with the second link, Sankhara Paccaya Vijnanam. Today we are going to the third link, Vijnana Paccaya Namma Rupam. Okay, so for the second link, dependent on karmic formation, consciousness. So this paccaya, Sankhara Paccaya Vijnana. This paccaya means direct producing cause for the second link. But for the third link, Vijnana Paccaya Namma Rupa, dependent on consciousness, mind and body. This paccaya means condition, supporting cause, not a direct producing cause. So Vijnana here can be, let us explain Vijnana first, consciousness. Here consciousness can be resultant consciousness as before, as we explained yesterday, or it can be karma formation consciousness, and it can be all types of consciousness. However, today, since it is not a Abhidhamma class, I'm not going to deal with you such detail. We will touch only resultant consciousness, which is rebirth consciousness, plus all 6 types of consciousness: eye consciousness, ear consciousness, nose consciousness, tongue consciousness, body consciousness, and mind consciousness. Remember, these are resultant consciousness. So, dependent on arising of consciousness, mind and body. Here, mind means all mental factors. All mental factors. So, at the very moment of conception, rebirth consciousness arises in the mother's womb. And remember one principle: consciousness cannot arise alone. It must be accompanied by several, at least 7 types of mental factors. For example, contact. The mental factors of contact must be there. Then feeling must be there. Perception must be there. Attention must be there. Another one is life faculty. So at least 7 mental factors we call universal mental factor must be arise together with all types of consciousness. But in this case, they arise together. Consciousness and mental factors arise together. And although they arise together, but it depend on consciousness, mental factors arise. Therefore, depend on consciousness, mind arise, mind and body. I'm now explaining to you mind first. Then we'll go to body. Okay, Nama Rupa. So in this case, consciousness is a supporting cause for mental factors to arise. And in fact, they all arise together. I think you still remember what's the meaning of sammupada, paticca sammupada, dependent origination. Sammu means samma upada. Samma in Malay language is called together. Upada is arising. So dependent on consciousness, they arise together. What arise together? Mental factor and mentality, materiality, including consciousness, all arise together. And what is this mind, body? Dependent on consciousness, mind and body. Mind is mental factors, or at least 7 mental factors. And what's this body? So at the very moment of conception in the mother's womb, there are 30 rupa. Rupa means materialities arise. The number 1 is called body decade kalapa. Body decade kalapa. The second group is right in a group form. Heart base decade kalapa. Mean one group got 10 rupa. Therefore we call decade kalapa. And the third is sex decade kalapa. So at the very moment of conception, the sex is determined already. Whether this baby is female or male is determined already at the very first moment of conception. So dependent on this rebirth consciousness, then mental factors arise, and these 30 types of rupa, materiality, arise together. So this body initially is like, just like a drop of water, because it cannot be seen with ordinary eyes. Only through the development of times, then slowly this drop of water become more solid and gradually develop into fetus. Then gradually it get a nutriment from the mother again and again. Then slowly it develop, become bigger and bigger, until the eye faculty is developed, ear faculty is developed, nose, tongue, body, and mind, until all these 6 bases are developed, even in the mother's tongue, in mother's womb. Okay, so now you understand, dependent on consciousness, mind and body. Mind is the accompanied mental factor. Body is list 30 group, 3 group of kalapa. One is called body decade kalapa. The second one is called heart base decade kalapa. The third one is called sex decade kalapa. So this, the third link. Now we go to the fourth link. Dependent on nama rupa, 6 sense bases. So inside mother's womb, the 6 sense bases, eye faculty, ear faculty, nose, tongue, body are developed. And my base, 6 bases. My base is not a physical base, it's consciousness. Mind base is consciousness. So dependent on mind and body, 6 sense bases will arise. How mind, dependent on mind and body, 6 sense bases. Let us talk about the mind, body first. Dependent on body, 6 sense bases arise. Here body, mind and body, here body means 4 elements. Earth element, water element, fire element, and wind element. So these 4 elements are called primary elements. And dependent on these 4 primary elements, 5 sense bases. Eye sensitivity, ear sensitivity, nose sensitivity, tongue sensitivity, and body sensitivity arise. And this 5 sensitivity we call 5 bases are called derived materiality. Derived from where? From the 4 elements. Therefore, dependent on body, which is 4 elements, 5 sense bases arise. Okay? Now there's another last one called mind base. Mind base is consciousness. So depend on mind and body, consciousness arise. So here mind means mental factors, right? Without the arising of mental factors, consciousness also cannot arise. Their relationship is mutual support. So now in this case, mental factors become conditioning. It conditions consciousness to arise, or it supports consciousness to arise. Sometimes consciousness supports mental factors to arise. Sometimes with the arising of mental factor, consciousness also come along. This is called mutual support. Okay? If you don't understand also, it doesn't matter. Because dependent origination is very profound. And if I have to talk in detail, then I have to go to Abhidhamma knowledge. Now, since we are not in Abhidhamma class, you have some idea enough. Okay, next link. What is the next link? Dependent on six sense bases, contact arise. This is very easy. So when this all the rupa in the mother's womb started to develop, then come out from the mother's womb, become a baby, then all the contacts start to work. Because babies start to see, oh, this is my mother. Okay? He may not recognize, but gradually he recognizes. So this is my mother, this is a human being. So gradually he recognizes when all the senses, eye, ear, nose, body and tongue, and mind, all senses are developed. Then his eyes start to see something. Or visible objects start to impinge his eye sensitivity. That impingement is called eye contact. Then sound start to impinge his ear sensitivity. That impingement is called ear contact. Then he can smell something. So any frequent things, any smell come to contact with his nose sensitivity, then it's called nose contact. Then he can drink something, mother's milk. So when mother's milk come to contact with his tongue sensitivity, there is tongue contact. Then his body can sense this is soft, this is hard. There is body contact. And his mind also know how to think already. When hungry, he know he's hunger, so he cry. So his mind know how to think. There is body contact. Mind contact. When you think of something, there's mind contact. Therefore, depend on the six sense bases, 6 types of contact arise. This is very easy to understand. Then, dependent on contact, what arise? Feeling. As a practitioner, you should understand this. Otherwise, you don't understand the Dhamma well. Depend on 6 contacts. Let us forget about a baby. Then think of your own experience. When your eye, let's say we go for lunchtime. When your eyes start to see on the food, there's what contact? Eye contact. Any feeling arise in you or not? Yes or no? Yes. So no need to wait for Buddha to explain to you. You experience it yourself. So when the eye come to contact with the food, what type of feeling arise in you? Mostly pleasant feeling, especially when you are very hungry. That pleasant feeling, I want you to take the food so eagerly. So pleasant feeling arise in you. Then when your eye, not in this retreat, when your eye come to contact with someone you don't like, any feeling that arise in you? Yes. What type of feeling? Unpleasant feeling, right? Okay. Then when your eye come to contact with a stranger, you don't know him well, any feeling arise in you? No feeling, right? No feeling. Most people will experience no feeling. That no feeling is neutral feeling. There's not a time no feeling one. Whenever you feel, whenever there's contact, there must have either one of the three feelings. Whether it's pleasant, if not pleasant, it can be unpleasant. If not unpleasant, it must be neutral feeling, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. If you say no feeling, then you are no more human beings. Only plants, banana stem, banana tree, papaya tree, no feeling. So long you are human beings, when the feeling is not so obvious, that is called neutral feeling, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. Remember that. Similarly, eye. When you hear something very pleasant, there's eye contact. Depend on eye contact. Pleasant feeling arise. Or when you listen when somebody scold you, when that unpleasant sound impinges your ear sensitivity, there is ear contact. And depend on the ear contact, what feeling arise? Unpleasant feeling arise in you. And during lunchtime, when the food touches your tongue sensitivity, there is tongue contact. And depend on this tongue contact, mostly for most people, pleasant feeling arise. Unless the food is the food you don't like. Otherwise, for most people, it's pleasant feeling. Similarly, body. When you sit on the cushion, at the very beginning, cushion is so soft. So you have pleasant feeling. After 45 minutes, the cushion like stone already, so hard. So because of that bodily contact, you have pain. Therefore, you have unpleasant feeling. Then mind also. You think something good, you have pleasant feeling, mind contact. When you think of something, there's mind contact. When you think something bad, there's unpleasant feeling. And when you are restless, maybe neutral feeling. Can be neutral, can be unpleasant, can be pleasant. Okay? So here is very clear. Dependent on 6 types of contact. How many types of feeling will arise? Each 18 types. Each contact may trigger 3 types of feeling. Pleasant, unpleasant, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. So we have 6 contact. 6 times 3, 18 types of feeling. And these 18 types of feelings are the objects of your contemplation. These 18 types of feeling are the object of your contemplation under feeling contemplation under 4 foundations of mindfulness. Okay, now let's say when your eye go to the kitchen during lunchtime, when your eye come to contact with the food, and just now you say there's pleasant feeling. Suppose you are not aware. You are not aware of this pleasant feeling, what happened to your mind? You imagine your own experience. Don't answer me with your theory, okay? You experience, you go to the kitchen, look at the food, pin the butt, right? Wow, this food, very good. So that pleasant feeling arises in you. What follow after that pleasant feeling? Do you investigate your mind or not? Your experience or not? Is it your experience? Yes. Okay. How about others? Attachment, greed, wanting more, I think most people, for all people here, most of you, when your eye come to contact with the food, you feel pleasant feeling. Everybody feel it. But most people stop short there. Stop short. Do not see what coming up after that pleasant feeling. Even something coming up, you also stop short there. Stop short means you don't contemplate. What I mean, stop short. You didn't contemplate your feeling. So when you didn't contemplate your pleasant feeling, then as Jenny said, craving will arise after pleasant feeling. So dependent on feeling, Buddha say, what arise? Craving. Dependent on feeling, craving arises. And sometimes somebody scolded you. Then there's ear contact. Then unpleasant feeling arises. So how can unpleasant feeling trigger craving? Because we say dependent on feeling, craving, right? So how can unpleasant feeling trigger craving? First is wanting to avoid that harsh word. Secondly, long for sweet word, right? Being scolded by so many times by your spouse, you hope he can tell something sweet to you. So you long for sweet words. This is also craving. Usually, pleasant feeling trigger dependent on pleasant feeling, craving. Dependent on unpleasant feeling, anger. Usually it works in this way for everybody. Dependent on neither pleasant nor unpleasant feeling, ignorance will arise. You thought no feeling. When you think there's no feeling, it's already ignorance already. You don't know. Any moment there's feeling one. So you thought no feeling. Today I have no feeling. Then that's ignorant. So usually work in this way. But sometimes, because of unpleasant feeling that keep on arise in your mind, so your mind want to avoid that in long for the pleasant feeling, that is craving. That's craving already. Therefore, dependent on unpleasant feeling, craving will also arise. And sometimes dependent on neither pleasant nor unpleasant, or neutral feeling. Let's say a yogi may go into fourth jhana. In the fourth jhana, there is no pleasant feeling, neither unpleasant feeling, only equanimity, neither pleasant nor unpleasant. But that neither pleasant nor unpleasant is very pleasant. That neither pleasant nor unpleasant feeling, we call it upekkha, is very calm, serene. Then the mind start to get attached to this type of serenity, this type of calmness. Therefore, dependent on neither pleasant nor unpleasant feeling, craving also arise. Okay, so now you understand. Dependent on feeling, craving arises. Whether it's pleasant or unpleasant, or neither pleasant nor unpleasant, also can cause craving to arise. Okay, suppose craving arise in your mind. Then what will you do? Don't tell me your book knowledge. Imagine any experience you have when there's craving in your mind. What's the next moment? What will you do? Recognize it. Then some more. Ignore it. Okay, this is your experience. For some, any other people's experience, when there's craving, let's say when you eat the food, give you more specific one. When you eat the food, taste pleasant feeling, then dependent on pleasant feeling, craving arise. When craving arise, at the time when you eat the food, what will you do next? Eat more. Correct. Because the mind having craving in the mind, you want to eat more. So you want to eat more, you have to stretch your hand, right? Otherwise, how to eat more? Stretch your hand, take more. 1 spoonful, another spoonful, third spoonful. This stretching your hand to get something is called clinging. Clinging. You stretch your hand because craving become intense. You need to act. You need to act already. So you stretch your hand. This stretching out to get something you want is called clinging. So depend on craving, clinging arise. And when you stretch something to get the food you want, is this action or not? Yes, this is action. So this is called action already. Therefore, any action done based on craving and clinging will produce its karmic effect. Because just now you stretch your hand to get something is pushed by craving and clinging, right? So being pushed by craving and clinging, you stretch out your hand to get something you desire. This is just an example. In our daily life, there are so many examples. You go window shopping. When your eye sees something you want, so you walk in and buy one. So this buying something you want is called action already, right? This action is pushed by what? Craving and clinging. So after buying it, you have performed one action. That action leaves behind karmic energy. And similarly, when you are young, you fall in love with one woman. And because of craving for that woman, then cannot sleep, cannot eat. Every night think of her. Then what to do? How to satisfy your craving? Becomes so intense, craving become clinging. Therefore, you cannot eat, cannot sleep, cannot work. Whole night think of her. Then what to do? How to make you satisfied? Act. Write her letter. Write her letter so slow. Writing letter is out of date. Immediately go after her. Call her. Talk to her. All this. Either writing letter, maybe he is more, how to call, 比较斯文的. For somebody, they act immediately. So either you are writing letter, calling her, or approaching her, come close to her. All these are called actions. In Buddhist term, it's called karma. All these are called karma. So many, how to call, there are many examples you can check in your work, in your daily life. Okay. For example, another example. You want to earn more money. You want to earn more money because you think that this money not enough to support my family. You want to earn more. So you work hard. Because of wanting to earn more, it's also one type of craving, right? Then you work very hard in order to get the money you want. This working very hard is also action, right? Every day you work like horse. So this is also action. This action also leaves behind karmic energy. Right? And this karmic energy follow our mental stream. When all the conditions matured, then it will produce another birth. Therefore, all this karmic energy is called becoming. Dependent on clinging, becomings. Upadana pacchaya bhavo. There are two types of becoming. One is called karma becoming. Now we are talking about karma becoming. All the bodily action, mental action, physical action are called karma becoming. Previously, we talked dependent on ignorance, that is sankhara, right? So that is past life. That sankhara and this becoming is the same thing. It's a karmic bodily action, verbal action, and mental action. But that sankhara, dependent on ignorance sankhara, that belong to previous life. Now becoming here belong to present life. Now we have performed so many karma, good or bad, all leave behind karmic energy. And all this karma are being pushed by craving. Craving is the how to call it? Behind the action, to push you to do this so that you can get what you desire. What you desire at mentally without action, then you cannot get the thing you want. So you have to act, whether verbally or physically. So all the action done, all the action performed, leave behind karmic energy. All these are called becoming. Okay? So, becoming, so in this lifetime, we have performed so much karmic already, good or bad. Then during our dying moment, one type of karma may be performed in this lifetime, or maybe second past life, or third past life, or maybe even 200 lifetime ago. So during this lifetime, one karma, let's say good karma, suddenly ripen. Suddenly ripen, then it will manifest itself by one of the three signs that I explained to you before. One is called karma. Let's say karma. Give an example. Today you offer the food. So you go to kitchen and offering food to more than 35 yogis. So you offer with so much happiness. Then during your dying moment, this karma ripened. This karma ripened and it manifests itself as karma during dying moment. You will see yourself like as though you are in appamada and offering the food to the yogi again. Just like a movie, you are watching the movie. The second one is sign of karma. So this dying person will see the rice she offered, or she will see all the dishes she offered. Okay, this is called sign of karma. Or she may see if this dana, this offering, produce his rebirth in human, he may see the red color in the mother's womb. Or if this dana offering produce his rebirth in the heavenly realm, he may see big house, mansion in the heaven, or he may see heavenly beings. Okay, so one of the three signs will arise. Okay, so at that moment, we call near-death cognitive process. Near-death cognitive process will take this sign, let's say sign of karma. He see all the rice, all the dishes. This near-death cognitive process will take this sign of karma as object. Then followed by death consciousness. Then this person pass away. After death consciousness, this person pass away. But that dana offering produce his rebirth. Therefore, dependent on becoming birth, new birth comes about, dependent on becoming new birth. And this new birth, the first moment of birth is called rebirth consciousness, right? And this rebirth consciousness will take this sign of karma, like rice or dishes. One rebirth consciousness arise and pass away, followed by 16 bhavanga mind, followed by many bhavanga mind. And gradually, in mother's womb, then you develop the physical, become a small lump of flesh in the mother's womb until this baby is born. Until this is born, then you become a baby. When the life start to go on, then along the life you will face sickness, aging, old age, and finally death again. Same thing, the same process will go on endlessly without stop. Therefore, Buddha said, thus arise aging, sickness, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, despair. Thus arise the whole mass of suffering. Arise, this last word also important. Arise the whole mass of suffering. So in this dependent origination, Buddha never say a person. He didn't say that thus this person suffer a lot or this person suffer endlessly. No, he never say like that. He said that thus arise the whole mass of suffering. So the great commentator Buddha Gosa said that only suffering. No one undergo suffering. Suffering exists, but no one undergoes suffering. This is correct view, right view. If you say that, oh, I undergo suffering, I undergo cycle of rebirth, cycle of birth and death, is also correct, but it's conventionally, we speak it conventionally only. But when you say like that, in your mind, you must be clear. There's no one undergo suffering, but suffering remain there. It's suffering having mind and body only. Suffering owing to having mentality and materiality. So all this dependent origination, 12 factors are connected with only mind and body, mentality and materiality. Simply because you have not yet let go the identity view, sakkaya ditthi. So you identify, oh, it's my ignorance, oh, my karma, oh, my karma perform, so give rise to new rebirth. It's because we human beings, most of us, have not yet eradicated this identity view. Therefore, we identify the ignorant is myself, karmic formation is myself, contact is myself, six sense basis is my six sense basis. Because of six sense basis, there's contact. Then there's a pleasant feeling. I experience pleasant feeling. And because of that pleasant feeling, I have craving. And because of that craving, I have clinging. And in order to satisfy my clinging, I have to act. So you put everything I. Therefore, this dependent origination become yours. Become yours. Buddha never tell like that. Buddha use conventional truth to say there's one person, but otherwise how to explain the Dhamma? If Buddha didn't use the conventional truth, most people cannot understand what Buddha is trying to say. So conventional truth is for convenient, for the sake of convenient, for easy to convey his message. But as a practitioner, in order to grow, in order to develop our understanding and wisdom, we have to go beyond that. Otherwise, your identity view will become very strong. And the first aim to become Sotapan, stream enterer, is to cut this identity view. So you don't make it stronger. You make it weaker by always go to the ultimate truth. Not seeing a person, you see the suffering, yes, but you don't see a person who suffers. Just like when you see the pain, you don't say, my pain, my pain. If you say, my pain, oh, my pain is killing me, then you cannot bear the pain at all. Why? Because you identify the pain with yourself. But you see pain as pain. Suffering exists, but no sufferer. No one suffers the pain. Then who experiences the pain? If you say suffering exists, but no one suffers the pain, then who experiences the pain? There's one mental factor. So anytime if I check with you, there's no one, then your mind quickly go back to only mind and body, these two. So answer the question using these two as your base. So who suffer the pain? Unpleasant feeling. We have one unpleasant feeling, right? At that time, unpleasant feeling experience the pain. Is that unpleasant feeling yourself or not? Yes or no? No. Unpleasant feeling is not a self. When we talk about a self, it means that it's an abiding, permanent self. So if that pain or unpleasant feeling is yourself, you can immediately shift your posture. Then that pain and unpleasant feeling disappeared. But you yourself remain sitting there, right? Do you disappear together with the unpleasant feeling? No. So you yourself remain sitting there. So this clearly shows that unpleasant feeling or pain is not yourself, right? If it were self, then you die together with unpleasant feeling. And one day, how many unpleasant feelings you have? How many? Cannot count. So if you think that all these unpleasant feelings are yourself, then you have already died many times. Also cannot count. Right? If you identify unpleasant feeling as yourself, then you also die many times or cannot count. So this type of wise attention is important for you to understand nothing is myself. Right? All are conditioned phenomena. When you talk about conditioned phenomena, it means that all these things are produced by causes. Therefore, it's called conditioned phenomena or called sankhara. So all these sankhara are produced by causes. Is the cause permanent or impermanent? Impermanent, everybody know. You can through your experience, your pain is impermanent. You shift a little bit, pain disappear. Then another pain come again. Then you do on the pain, you stand up, pain disappear again. So impermanent, it produced by causes. So then you say the cause is impermanent. If the cause is impermanent, can be the effect permanent? Cannot, right? Cause is impermanent, of course, effect also will be impermanent. So everything produced by causes is called sankhara or called conditioned phenomena. And it's an effect, right? Because it's produced by causes. So since causes are impermanent, how can be the effect permanent? So this type of wise attention is also required in your meditation practice. Many students, or even the teacher, neglect this type of wise attention. We call yoniso manasikara. And this is one of the factors to become stream enterer. So meditation is not only not think of anything, not correct. Dependent origination, you see, Buddha thinks so deeply. Depend on ignorant karmic formation. He also had to think in order to find out the whole process of birth and death. So meditation accept Anapana, no need to think. Samatha, no need to think. Vipassana, you need investigation. Investigation is one of the factors of enlightenment. We have seven factors of enlightenment, Sambojjhanga. The second factor, the first factor is mindfulness. The second factor is investigation of the Dhamma. So what I explained to you just now is investigation of the Dhamma. Okay, so this is how the suffering arises, dependent on ignorance. And ignorance is not yourself. Please remember. Ignorance is only a mental factor. And dependent on not knowing, then karmic formation. One perform the karma. This belongs to past life. Then, once karma performed, it leaves behind karmic energy. So during dying moment, one of the karma ripen, become producing cause for consciousness. We call rebirth consciousness. And because of this rebirth consciousness, there is mental factor, mind and body. Mind means mental factor. And there's body. Body means four elements. And because there is mental factors, there's four elements, then there is six sense bases. Because there is six sense bases, there is contact. Because there is contact, there is feeling. Because there is feeling, there is craving. Because there is craving, there is clinging. Intense craving. And because there is clinging, there is action. In order to fulfill, to satisfy your clinging, you have to act. So because of that action, we call becoming. And leave behind karmic energy, and this karmic energy ripen will produce new birth. We call birth. Dependent on becoming, there is birth. When there is birth, there is aging, sickness, and death. No one can escape from that, even the Buddha. So, thus, Buddha said, thus arise the whole mass of suffering. And this cycle of rebirth will continue to roll, to revolve, so long ignorance and craving are not completely destroyed. It will continue again and again, endlessly. Okay, so this is the explanation of dependent origination. Tomorrow we will see how to cut off the link so that it will not continue. Okay, thank you. So let's recite together the formula of dependent arising, paticca samuppada. Thus, when this is that comes to be, with the arising of this that arises, that is to say, dependent on ignorance, conception arises. Dependent on conceptions, consciousness arises. Dependent on consciousness, mentality and materiality arise. Dependent on mentality and materiality, the six sense bases arise. Dependent on the six sense bases, contact arises. Dependent on contact, feeling arises. Dependent on feeling, craving arises. Dependent on craving, attachment arises. Dependent on attachment, there arises a new existence. Dependent on existence, a new birth takes place. Dependent on birth, then aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, unhappiness, and despair come to be. Thus is the arising of this whole mass of dukkha. When indeed phenomena become apparent to the Holy One, who is ardent and absorbed, then all his doubts, since he knows the nature of their causes. Okay, enough. So the principle of this paticca samuppada is when this exists, that comes to be. So when ignorance exists, then karmic formation comes to be. Okay? Then with the cessation of this, that ceases. So with the cessation of ignorance, then karmic formation ceases. So all this show everything arising and disappearing dependent on causes. You must thoroughly understand this point. This is a principle of dependent origination. So when you understand everything arise depend on the causes, then all your doubt vanished. All your doubts vanished. No more doubt about who am I in the past. Who will be I in the future? There's no doubt at all about past, present, and future regarding this self. Okay? And the importance of Paticca-samuppada, dependent origination, is to help to remove or to eliminate 5 types of wrong views. If you have notebook, better write down. First, it eliminates what? Sakkaya ditthi. Theoretically, of course not completely, not practically. Theoretically, if you understand Paticca-samuppada, it eliminates identity view, wrong view of identity. How? As I explained before, ignorance is not a self, right? Ignorance is only mental factor. Karmic formation is not a self. Karmic formation is just an action. The action when it is performed, then it disappears. It's not persistent there, but live behind karmic energy. Okay? And when craving is also not a self. Feeling is not a self. Clinging is not a self. Becoming is also not a self. Even birth is not a self. What is birth? Birth is a manifestation of 5 aggregates on it. And this 5 aggregate of body, feeling, perception, formation, consciousness are also arising and passing away. They are also not a permanent abiding self. So if you understand the cycle of dependent origination, all these 12 factors are mere mind and body. There's no permanent abiding self. Then theoretically, you have already eliminated identity view. So this is the first thing you must bear in mind. Otherwise, why should I study dependent origination? Right? The second wrong view, the Paticca-samuppada helps you to eliminate eternalism view. Sassata ditthi. Eternalism. As I say, when birth takes place, or consciousness takes place, or birth takes place, it's not a same person whom transmigrate from the past to the present. It cannot be the same identity. Just like a baby, you see his face, now looks different from you already. So it cannot find the same identity. If you think that it's the same person who transmigrate from the past to the present, then you have the eternalism view that block you to attain Nibbana. This is the second important point. It helps to remove the view of eternalism. The third, when you study Paticca-samuppada, it helps to eliminate wrong view of annihilation. When you study Paticca-samuppada, then you understand all karmic, verbal karma, physical karma, and mental karma. When all this karma are performed, they leave behind karmic energy. And when this karmic energy ripens, it will produce new life. Right? Then how can you say everything extinguished? Everything extinguished, nothing left behind. No more rebirth. If you say there's no rebirth, everything finished in this life, this is called annihilation view, 断见. But now you understand already, dependent origination, whatever karma we perform, leave behind karmic energy, they produce new rebirth. So if you have this understanding, you will not entertain the view of annihilation. Okay? And the number 4, Paticca Samuppada also helps to eliminate ahetuka ditthi, causeless, the view of causeless, no cause at all. Why I come to this existence? No cause. There's no reason for it. I just come. This is called causeless view. So now you understand already why we come to this existence, why we come to this world, because of past karma based on ignorance, right? Avijja depend on ignorance, karmic formation, depend on karmic formation, consciousness in this lifetime, in mother's womb. So when you understand this theory, then you remove causeless view. No cause. Now you know everything comes from a cause. Or maybe not a cause, many causes. This is the 4th. You help you to remove the 4th type of wrong view. Number 5, dependent origination also help to eliminate the view of creator. The view, of course, we Buddhists never believe in creator, but some people believe in creator. So this dependent arising also help us to eliminate the wrong view of creator. We are not created by the God. We are created by our karmic formations based on ignorance and craving. This is the correct view. Okay. And so long we do not, and so these 5 types of views stand in the way to obstruct us towards enlightenment. This means that this 5 type of wrong view also are the obstacles, the strong obstacles that block us to attain or to become Sotapan, to become stream enterer. Therefore, it is very important to understand Paticca Samuppada to help us to eliminate these 5 types of wrong view first before we come to meditation practice. Otherwise, when you come to meditation practice, when you have unpleasant feeling, you say, I am unpleasant, I am unpleasant. You are strengthened the identity view again and again, again and again. Then you are far away from attainment of Nibbana. Right? So whatever arises in the mind and body, do not identify with it as I, myself. If you understand dependent origination, everything arises depend on causes. So why the pain arises? Why the unpleasant feeling arises in you? Simply because there is cause. What is the cause? Because of having a body. Because of having body, there is pain. Arahant also got pain, but Arahant no mental pain. We have once we experience physical pain, we also have mental pain. So we have double pains. But Arahant no. The moment, as long as you have physical body, you have the pain. So what? Okay. And also, and now we come to, now we already understand dependent origination. And from very beginning, dependent on ignorance comes karmic formation, then up to the thus, this is the whole mess of suffering. Towards the end, thus arise the whole mess of suffering. Then what is the origin of this whole mess of suffering? What's the origin? If you discern each factors, there are 12 factors there. What is the origin of the suffering? Craving. Yes, exactly. Craving. Okay. So there are 3 types of craving. Now we know already how the suffering comes about, starting from ignorance, right? Up to the arising of whole mess of suffering. Now this is the truth of suffering. Now we go to the origin of the suffering. So what is the origin of suffering? Craving. So there are 3 types of craving. First is craving for existence. Bhava tanha. Craving for existence. What is existence? Existence means having 5 aggregates is called existence. No 5 aggregates, no existence, right? So having 5 aggregates, khanda, pancha khanda, is called existence. So in another word, we crave for our 5 aggregates. We crave for the body. We crave for pleasant feeling. We crave for perception so that we can perceive things. We crave for formations, all types of formations. And we crave for consciousness so that we can think, we can see, we can hear, we can touch, and so on. So that it's a craving for existence. So because of craving for existence, also so with the craving for existence also implies that there is craving for sensual pleasures. This is the second type of craving. Why we crave for existence? In order to enjoy life. Right? If life is not enjoyable, why should I live? I better die earlier. Simply because life, with having the 5 aggregates, I can enjoy sensual pleasures through my eyes. I can see beautiful things. I can hear pleasant voice, the voice that praise me, the music I attach to. And because having the nose, I can smell everything, good smell. And having the tongue, I can enjoy so much delicious food. And having the body, I can have sex. I can have soft touch. I can hug my beloved one, and so on. And having the mind also, I can think whatever I want. Or the achievement I aim, the achievement, career achievement, accomplishment in your career, also give your mind a lot of satisfaction. So you crave for all these type of things. This is called craving for sensual desire, or sensual pleasures. Number third is craving for non-existent. This craving for non-existent, vibhava tanha, is associated with wrong view of annihilation. Because this person, he has the wrong view of annihilation, he thought after that everything ceases. This is wrong view. So he crave for that type of everything ceases with wrong view, not believe in cause and effect. Therefore, it's called one type of wrong view. So because of this craving, which is origin of suffering, thus arise the whole mess of suffering. Okay, now next question. Where the craving comes from? As a smart meditator, we need investigation. My teaching emphasizes lots of investigation. So where the craving comes from? You can trace back, yes. Comes from pleasant feeling. Pleasant feeling. Come from pleasant feelings. So if we want to eradicate or tackle the origin of suffering, which is craving, what should we do? Cut what? Cut feeling. Yes, correct. Not to say cut lah. Feeling cannot be cut, man. Even Arahant got feeling, huh? So in order, listen carefully, I'm a meditation teacher for many years. But when I teach the Dhamma, I found that many students are aimlessly follow different teachers and don't understand the way of practice correctly. If you recognize life is suffering, then you should recognize where the suffering comes from. Suffering comes from craving, right? Then where the craving comes from originated. This is the important point for an insight meditator to grasp it correctly, fully. Then you know whether you are practicing correctly or not. Otherwise, the more you practice, the more craving you develop. Then you are not in the right way. Okay, so come from the feeling. If you study dependent origination, backward, reverse order, then you will know craving comes from feeling, especially pleasant feeling. So in this sense, the practice comes, or the path leading towards the cessation of suffering comes. This path we call the four foundations of mindfulness. In the four foundations of mindfulness, there's one called contemplation on feelings. So when pleasant feeling arises in you, what should you do? First, what should you do? Mindful of it first. Aware of it. Mindful of it. Realize it is there. Observe it. So first one, in the four foundations of mindfulness, Buddha emphasized two things. One is applied mindfulness. The name is called Four Foundations of Mindfulness. So mindfulness cannot be missing. Mindfulness must be there all the times. So when feeling arises in you, mindful of it. How you mindful of it? You know, you aware, you realize pleasant feeling has arisen in you, and without react to it. Without reaction is very important. If you react to it, means you lose your mindfulness already. So when feeling arises in you, hold it. Keep it in view. Hold it silently. This is called mindfulness. But when you react with craving, then you lose your mindfulness already. Your mindfulness is not stand still. Your mindfulness is not stopping. But your mindfulness already disappeared. Therefore, craving arises because of pleasant feeling. Therefore, mindfulness has the sense of pausing, stopping, stand still. Observe it silently. This is called mindfulness. And nowadays, according to my understanding and talking with many people and see many people practicing the Dhamma, many so-called insight meditator who practice Vipassana, I practice Vipassana, they stop short on mindfulness only. For example, stretching. You know you are stretching. Can you say this insight meditation? No, it's just mindfulness meditation. You're mindful you are stretching, right? Drinking, you're mindful you are drinking. You're hearing, you are mindful, you are mindful you are hearing. Can we say this insight meditation? If you say this insight meditation, then you don't understand what is insight meditation. This is just mindfulness. You know you are doing. Mindfulness itself cannot lead to enlightenment. Nowadays, especially in USA, mindfulness practice is so popular. One conference, thousands of people attend just to study what is mindfulness. So just mindfulness alone is never enough for the enlightenment. You need another most important factor in the teaching of the Buddha. What is that? What is that? Investigation or wisdom, same thing. We call panya, wisdom, or insight, or investigation. All these are same thing. We call wisdom. So what is wisdom? Wisdom means penetrating phenomena as they truly are. Every phenomena, every conditioned phenomena. Every phenomena is not correct, but every conditioned. When I say conditions, mean that phenomena is produced by causes. Therefore, it's called conditioned. Every conditioned phenomena has 3 characteristics. What are the 3 characteristics there? Yes, anicca, dukkha, anatta. All phenomena, all conditioned phenomena has 3 characteristics of anicca, dukkha, anatta. This is the nature, the law of nature. Just like we have the 3 characteristics of anicca, dukkha, anatta. Soon we get old, we get sick, then suffering comes. When you get from young turn to old, it's anicca, right? Then when it's anicca, cannot move already, cannot eat, then suffering comes. Then finally, die, also anicca. Then no one undergo rebirth, it only cause and effect. So, because we are also produced by cause. We are also conditioned phenomena. 5 aggregates, we are also produced by causes. So, all conditioned phenomena has 3 characteristics of anicca, dukkha, anatta. And the vipassana or insight meditation has the important mental factor which is called wisdom or called insight or called investigation. So this insight penetrates into the true nature of phenomena. That is what? Anicca, dukkha, anatta. So if you are just mindful, stretching, drinking, hearing, it's just a mindfulness. You know you see anicca, dukkha, anatta. How can you say you practice insight meditation? No. Right? So vipassana insight meditation means constantly, we cannot say constantly. You see, vipassana in the Satipatthāna Sutta, Buddha emphasized one Pali word, anupassana. He said when you see, you must see samudaya vaya dhamma nupasi viharati. He draws seeing arising. Then vaya dhamma nupasiva viharati. He draws contemplating or seeing disappearing or dissolution. Then again Buddha say he draws seeing both arising and disappearance or dissolution. Then he used one Pali word anupassana. Passana means seeing. Seeing what? Seeing 3 characteristics of anicca, dukkha, anatta. Then what is this anupassana? Anupassana. Passana means seeing 3 characteristics. Anu means repeatedly. Not one time. One time seeing no power one. Got power, shock. But in order to let your wisdom mature, you got to see it repeatedly, again and again. They call anupassana. So if you practice mindfulness, just knowing fire element, you do not see the disappearing of fire element, then it's just a mindfulness, not insight, meditation yet. So insight meditation is constantly or repeatedly seeing the true nature of phenomena. What are the phenomena here? Okay, what are the phenomena here? 5 aggregate. Don't forget that. So Vipassana insight meditation is repeatedly seeing 5 aggregates, internally yourself and externally both. As what? Anicca, dukkha, anatta. Really seeing. Not only contemplation. Contemplation leads to real seeing. Okay? If you don't contemplate at all, more cannot see. If you don't contemplate impermanent, your mind only entertain permanent. Then far away from seeing impermanent. Okay, so when we come to, in order to stop craving from developing, we have to contemplate feeling. So when pleasant feeling arises in you, first, what should you do? Apply mindfulness. Keep the pleasant feeling in view. Stop your mind there. Don't react. Later on, when you stop your mind there, don't react. If your wisdom is sharp, then you will see this unpleasant feeling disappear. Because nothing is permanent. You must have faith in what Buddha said. From his very enlightenment until he passed away, Buddha keep on saying, Sabbe sankhara anicca. All formations are impermanent. So we have faith in what Buddha said. So pleasant feeling also same. When you hold it, observe it silently, then this nature, without reaction, when you react to it, you cannot see it's disappearing anymore. Because your mind already run away from the object. No more with the object. Right? So you cannot see it. You cannot see its dissolution. So you got to hold it first. Hold it. And with the maturity of your wisdom, then you will see, this unpleasant feeling pass away. And you get very happy. Wow, finally pass away already. But only one moment of happiness. Another unpleasant feeling re-arises. Then what to do? Cannot do anything. Observe again. What to do? Observe again. When with the maturity of the wisdom, you see it passes away again. Then another arises again. Then pass away. Then as with the maturity of your wisdom, you see the arising and passing away even faster. Very fast. Until you don't know what is that, only arising and passing away. You also forget it's pleasant feeling or unpleasant already. No time to differentiate. Just arising, passing away, arising, passing away, arising and passing away. This is called insight meditation. Previously, it's all mindfulness only. No insight yet. So when you contemplate feeling, so first apply it, sati, mindfulness. Then hold it. But usually I also will teach very beginners to contemplate. Once you hold it, then you also contemplate impermanent first. This is my usual teaching. Why? So that your mind will not run away from the object. So that your mind will not think the object is permanent. For example, your pain. Pain arises in you, then you observe the pain. Observe it. But your mind, inside your mind, you also think this pain is permanent. Right? I think many people think this pain is permanent. Or inside your mind will think, I am experiencing the pain. I am the pain. Pain is with me. Right? Correct or not? Correct. Right? So because we not yet train our mind to see impermanent yet. We not yet see our mind to disidentify ourselves with the pain yet. Therefore, in order to help you to eliminate the wrong perception of permanent, the wrong perception of self, I am painful, I teach my student to contemplate When unpleasant feeling arises, contemplate it as impermanent, impermanent. First, mindfulness first. Without mindfulness, you cannot do anything. First, mindfulness. Then second, in order your mind will not be attacked by perception of permanent or perception of self, having a self, then contemplate it as impermanent, impermanent, impermanent. So when you contemplate impermanent, the words of impermanent also teaching you, it's impermanent, don't worry. It will go away, don't worry. So it can hold your mindfulness longer on the unpleasant feeling. So sometimes you contemplate impermanent, sometimes you contemplate non-self, so that you will not identify that unpleasant feeling as myself. That is preliminary work that you have to do in order to see real, impermanent, fast arising and passing away, or in order to see non-self nature of the phenomena. All these are preliminary prerequisite you should have first. Okay, so when unpleasant feeling arises, then contemplate, hold it with mindfulness. Then second, contemplate as impermanent, impermanent. Sometimes as non-self, as non-self. So when you get used to this type of contemplating, it's also called wise attention, yoniso manasikara, which is one of the factor of stream enterer. Don't forget that. Then once you get used to it, sometimes you hold the object using, let's say, now you have been practicing for a year already. Now, one unpleasant feeling arises, then you apply mindfulness, observe it silently. Then before you contemplate impermanent, impermanent, but your mind already knows it's impermanent. Because you have been trained your mind for a year already, right? Sometimes no need to contemplate impermanent anymore. No need to note, to label it anymore. So when you see the time, because your mind already knows it's impermanent, very soon you see it passing away already. Then with the matured wisdom, arising and passing away become faster and faster. Then you reach the stage of the fourth stage, the insight of arising and passing away. Okay? So when you see the pleasant feeling arising and passing away, arising and passing away, will it develop into craving or not? Yes or no? No, because it's already gone. When pleasant feeling has gone, then craving cannot develop. Right? When craving cannot develop, means craving ceases. So with the cessation of craving, then what ceases? Attachment, or we call clinging. So with the cessation of clinging, what ceases? You can read the book. What? Becoming. Because clinging is intense craving. So when that intense craving ceases, let's say, yesterday I give an example. You always think of the woman you love to. You always think of her. But now you contemplate, craving ceases. Now your craving ceases. Then your intense craving also ceases. So will you write a letter to her anymore? Will you approach her anymore? Will you make a phone call to her anymore? No more. So no more karmic formation. No more activity. No more karmic formation. When there's no more karmic formation, there's no karmic energy that can produce new rebirth. Right? That's right. When with the cessation of clinging, then cessation of becoming. Becoming ceases. With the cessation of karmic becoming, then no new birth. When there's no birth, there's no aging, no sickness, no death. Thus ceases the whole mess of suffering. But this is called momentary cessation, not the complete cessation yet. Complete cessation only wait until Arahant, become Arahant. When Arahant pass away, then it's called complete cessation. So we have two types of cessation. One is called momentary cessation. So if you can aware of your pleasant feeling, momentary, moment to moment. When one pleasant feeling arises, apply mindfulness, note impermanent, pass away. That pleasant feeling pass away, then no more craving, no more clinging, no more action, then no more birth. And at this moment, you achieve momentary cessation, moment to moment. Complete cessation comes from moment to moment cessation. Don't forget that. Moment to moment, if you can't even achieve moment to moment cessation, you want to wait until complete cessation, that's not possible. Therefore, the insight meditation is moment to moment practice until your craving become thinner and thinner. The layer of craving become thinner. Then when the craving become thinner, then wisdom also develop. The maturity become more mature. Then craving thinner. So at one time, by the sword of wisdom, you cut off the defilement completely. Then you reach complete cessation. This is the way. Okay, so in order to break these 12 links, dependent origination, we should tackle on feeling. Therefore, it's a contemplation of feeling in the 4 foundations of mindfulness. But if, let's say, sometimes our mindfulness is blunt, not sharp. So, because of pleasant feeling, craving has already arisen. Craving arises already. Then what to do? No hope. What to do at that time? There's always hope in the teaching of the Buddha one. You feel no hope because you do not know the method. I'm teaching you the method as a teacher. I cannot bring you to enlightenment, but I can teach you the method. Using that method, you reach enlightenment. So at that time, what to do? The mind is full of craving. If you don't stop that craving will develop, become clinging. And once clinging is strong, craving is there, then you have to act already. You have to act verbally, physically, mentally. All this action will lead you to new rebirth. Don't forget that. So when craving arises in you, then you apply another foundation of mindfulness we call contemplation of the mind. First is contemplation on feeling. Second, if fail, feeling so fast, we are not mindful at all. But we are mindful of craving because it's so intense. I want something. So it's so intense, so you are able to mindful of it now. So that I want something already tell you, craving is there already. So at that moment, how to do? Contemplate that craving by way of Citta-nupassana, Satipatthāna, taught by the Buddha. So, as I said, in the 4 foundations of mindfulness, only 2 mental factors are important. First one is what? I hope you get it. I speak very tiredly today. So if you don't get it, I feel very disappointed. No. The method, the 2 mental factors need to apply. Mindfulness, don't forget that. Okay? So then craving, when you know craving arises in you, how you know craving arises in you? You want something. You want something. You want to get something. You want something done. Your mind become hot also. And then you know craving is a reason in you. If you don't stop your craving, then you are going to perform unwholesome karma. You are going to make karma already. And when you make karma, there's new rebirth, new suffering. So we apply mindfulness, aware of it. Aware craving has arisen in my mind. Aware it, observe it silently, pause your mind. Hold the mind there. Don't react. Don't react means don't act. Because of a craving, don't act. Don't stretch out your hand and get it. What I mean, when there's craving, don't stretch your hand and get it. Before you stretch out your hand, contemplate it first, aware of it first, mindfulness. Then after you aware of the craving, not enough, as I say, you have to apply wisdom or investigation. Contemplate this craving is impermanent, or contemplate it is conditioned, produced. Right? Before that, I don't have craving. How come now I have craving? They must come from a cause. So what is the cause? You investigate yourself. What is the cause for that? So you can either contemplate the impermanence of the cause itself. The cause is impermanent, then how can craving permanent? Or you can contemplate craving first. Impermanent. If the craving is still there, you try to find out the cause. The cause that caused a rising of craving. Then tackle the cause first. Tackle the cause. When the cause disappears, craving also will disappear. When craving disappears, then clinging ceases. When clinging ceases, no more action. When no more action, no more birth. When there's no birth, there's no aging, sickness, and death. Thus, the whole mess of cease the whole mess of suffering. This is called momentary cessation. So in this dependent origination, the cycle of dependent origination, no more sound. Because today last day, I want to make you clear about this talk. Okay, so in this dependent origination, there are two links you can cut. Not to say cut, you can contemplate. First is contemplation on feeling. If you fail, go to contemplation of the mind. If you still fail, then make karma. No? What to do? You have to act already. You have to make unwholesome karma. And remember, once unwholesome karma is performed, you have more life to come. Reminder for you. Things just go on like that. So, in this sense, when we talk about paticca samuppada, the Four Noble Truths is always is there also. How? First, from very beginning, dependent on ignorance, karmic formation, dependent on karmic formation, consciousness up to the end, dependent on becoming, birth, aging, sickness, and death. Thus arise the whole mess of suffering. This is called the noble truth of suffering. Okay? Then next, what is the second noble truth? The origin of the truth of suffering. What is the origin? We know already. Craving is the origin. Right? Craving is the origin. Okay? Now, what is the path leading to the cessation of craving? What's the path? If you can answer me correctly, I feel very satisfied. And I want to stop teaching already. Because my student has understand this well, then I should stop already. If you don't understand, I have to continue my teaching. Correct. So, you know there's a craving, right? Just now I just mentioned to you. When this craving, what should you do? Contemplation of the mind. And this is one of the four foundations of mindfulness, right? So, what is the path leading to the cessation of craving? You should answer 4 foundations of mindfulness. Noble Eightfold Path is under 4 foundations of mindfulness. So 4 foundations of mindfulness cover wider area, cover big area. For example, in the Noble Eightfold Path, so the path leading to the cessation of craving is, you can say Noble Eightfold Path also. You can say 4 foundations of mindfulness. It's the same thing. Okay? Both also correct. But more directly, to the point, is that At that moment, how to cut off the craving from moment to moment, you apply contemplation of the mind. Apply first mindfulness, second wisdom. Okay, now you get it. Okay? And then the craving ceases. This is called momentary cessation. Then when craving ceases, and when craving ceases, then clinging ceases, becoming ceases, then no more birth, when there's no birth, no aging, sickness and death. Thus, the whole mess of suffering. This is called cessation. Four Noble Truths. First is Noble Truth of suffering. Second is origin. The origin of the truth of suffering. The third is the cessation. This is the cessation. The fourth is the path leading towards cessation. This four foundation of mindfulness or Noble Eightfold Path. Both are correct. So this dependent origination also reveal that Four Noble Truths. Not understanding the Four Noble Truths. Buddha said, why we have to go round the cycle of rebirth? Simply because we don't understand the Four Noble Truths. By not penetrating the Four Noble Truths, we keep on go round and round the cycle of rebirth. So if you understand the Paticcasamuppada, you also understand the Four Noble Truths. You also understand the way. You also understand the cessation. So by contemplating of mind or contemplating of feeling, there's two ways can help to break down the link, so that the cycle will not continue. Because when feeling ceases, by way of contemplation, when feeling ceases, no more craving. When there's no craving, no clinging, no becoming, no birth. And when there's no birth, no aging, sickness and death. Thus ceases the whole mess of suffering. This is the way. Okay, so enough for today. I want to make a small clarification. Just now, because of slip of my tongue, I say that the Noble Eightfold Path, Noble Eightfold Path is under Four Foundation of Mindfulness. I think it's slip of my tongue. Four Foundation of Mindfulness is under Noble Eightfold Path, because under Noble Eightfold Path there is one called right mindfulness. What is right mindfulness? There is four foundations of mindfulness. Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify.